everyone, welcome to this course on GenAI powered SQL for business analysts. Let me start with something very simple. Have you ever felt stuck writing SQL queries? Or maybe you understand business requirements, but translating them into technical queries feels confusing? What if I told you that you don't need to struggle anymore? Because today, business analysts are not just writing SQL. They are writing SQL with the power of generative AI. And that's exactly what this course is all about. This is not just another SQL course. This is a business analyst course powered by GenAI, where you will learn how to think like a business analyst, analyze like a pro, and use AI as your intelligent assistant. Now, let me quickly tell you what we are going to cover in this journey. First, we will build a strong foundation in SQL basics, understanding databases, tables, relationship, keys, and how data is structured in real business systems. Second, we will move into writing powerful queries like select statements, filtering data, sorting, grouping, join constraint, and everything a business analyst actually uses in real projects. Third, we will connect SQL with real-world business scenarios like analyzing sales data, customer data, product performance, and operational insights. Next, we will learn how to use generative AI tools to write, optimize, debug, and even explain SQL queries. You will see how generative AI can help you translate business requirements into accurate queries within seconds. Next, we'll work on practical example and hands-on exercises so you don't just watch, you actually practice and build confidence. And finally, you will learn how to think analytically, how to ask the right data questions, how to interpret query results, and how to present insights like a true business analyst. And by the end of this course, you won't just know SQL. You will know how to use SQL smartly, efficiently, and with the support of generative AI. So if you're ready to level up your business analyst skills and make SQL your strength, let's get started. So before we move on, here's a quick information for you. If you are interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA. You'll be engaging with 10+ industry projects, benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which of the following is the main skill a business analyst uses SQL for? Your options are designing website layouts, analyzing and retrieving business data, editing videos, or creating mobile apps. Drop your answers in the comment section below and let's see how many of you get the right answer. So without any further ado, let's get started.
A global company has thousands of employees and numerous projects and multiple departments. Of course, if employees are working in a company, take any MNC, for suppose multinational company, which is located globally in multiple countries. So they are working on different types of projects, and also they are having multiple departments, and those departments spanning over various countries. So it stores data such as employee records, payrolls, budgets, and project updates in multiple systems and locations. Of course, I am working from India, you are working from USA, or somebody working from Dubai, or somebody is working from Malaysia. Okay, so their data will be stored in somewhere, right? Okay, so if you are working from different locations, the data will be stored in different locations. But the company needs a way to access this data very quickly and maintain accuracy and store it securely. These two things are very important, right? What are the two things? Accuracy. Yes, if I am requesting the data, immediately I can able to get it. And if I want to store the data, yes, security is very important. If you are observing, so nowadays in banking domain, always they will think about security, right? So my account details or my account data, for suppose my transactions data, so banks has to maintain very securely. So for that one, so they need some more security on the data. So storing is simple, but maintaining the security is very difficult. So if you are taking a global bank, for example, so global bank or any company, there are thousands of employees are working in that company on different projects. Might be one project will be credit cards, and another project will be account, savings account or current account. So this type of products might be they are working on. So where they are storing the data, but how they are storing the data, how they are securing the data, right? And how to maintain the employee records, and how to maintain the payrolls, and how to maintain the budgets. So in multiple systems in different locations. But the company needs a way to access this data very quickly. And also it has to maintain its accuracy and store it securely. So now the game starts actually. So you people has to tell your views about this one. How the global company manage and organize access large amounts of different data efficiently while keeping it as secure and always available. So even if you are working in a company, you are going to do the same thing, right? If you are joining in a company, so they are creating one user for you. So if you want to access any application, so that means we need to store our data. So we are just filling a form and we are submitting the form. Our data will be stored in the database. But all the users are having access to all the applications means no, right? So only the few people only having access to the particular database. So that access control and everything will be managed and possible by using the databases. At least how the application is working, you should know. That is sufficient to complete this journey, right? So coding is not a problem nowadays. If you are speaking about the coding, even if you are asking ChatGPT nowadays, it is giving coding, right? If you are asking ChatGPT to write SQL queries, so any generative AI model, if you are asking question to write SQL query, it is automatically generating code for us. Now the thinking is very, very important. So the coding is not a matter. So nowadays, but previously before ChatGPT and all, we have to think and we have to write the code. But nowadays the game is changed actually. What's the change? We are all working in different companies. Might be you already having some experience. What is the game is changed is nowadays if you are a developer, okay, so you don't want so complete knowledge on so writing so deep code and all, right? You are having experience with how to write coding. That's all. That is sufficient. We can make use of GitHub Copilot and some other tools. We can make use of GitHub Copilot and some other tools to generate the code. Okay, so that's all. And also some other tools in the sense here in this session we are using some free tools like ChatGPT because GitHub Copilot these are all licensed ones. Okay, so if I'm having license, I will try to show you how to use the GitHub Copilot also. But anyway, even if you are working in your own domain, per suppose might be that is financial domain or banking domain, you are not exposed to the coding, no worries at all. The major reason is code will be generated by the AI nowadays through artificial intelligence, especially by using generative AI. We can generate the code, but what we have to focus? Getting the business knowledge. So that is the major focus, right? Nowadays, getting the banking domain knowledge or getting the financial industry knowledge, where you are working, in which domain we are working. So getting that knowledge is what we can say. It is giving more importance to you. So after getting the knowledge, you can understand. So what's happening? Okay, in your organization, what type of business the organization is doing. So that type of understanding you already have. Then writing the code, it would be automatically generated by the AI. So that's why. So our course title is also something you can observe. It's a generative AI. So SQL, learning SQL by using generative AI. Okay, simply I can say. So you can able to write the SQL queries with the help of generative AI. But might be you are asking some questions. Without having knowledge on SQL, so how can I write? How can I write a prompt? And how can I ask SQL queries? Correct? I don't know SQL. I am new to the SQL, for suppose. I don't have any idea on SQL. How can I write a prompt to generate the SQL queries? Yes, that's what we are going to learn in this course. So throughout this journey, I am going to make use of ChatGPT or some other tool, for suppose Google Bard. Okay, so we are using so many generative AI. So some free tools are available, right? We can make use of the tools. With the help of the tools, we can able to generate the SQL queries, and that SQL queries will use it in our application. Application in the sense here we are interacting with the databases for generating reports and all other stuff, right? So for the sake of that one, we are going to ask generative AI models to write the queries, and we'll use that queries in our application like that. Okay, all right. So for this particular problem, if a global company wants to maintain thousands of employees and thousands of projects and multiple departments, all these details, they need to maintain one centralized database. The right answer I am speaking. Just let me show you the solution for this one. Then it would be very easy for you. What is that one? So how global company manage and organize access large amounts of different data efficiently while keeping it securely always available. What is the main challenge here? How we can maintain so large amount of data? That is one question. And another question is, how can you maintain the data very securely? And also, how fast you are accessing the data? So the third question is how efficient you are accessing the data. For example, if I am requesting for some data, how fast it is providing the data. So all these things we need to take care. Might be some of the employees might be you noticed they are giving answers like, yes, we can leverage one cloud database. Yes, exactly, your answer is correct. You can leverage one cloud database, might be MySQL database or Oracle database or some other database. So that is, we can call it a centralized database, right? We are not supposed to bother about how the data will be stored, how the data will be efficiently accessed and all. All those things will be taken care by the cloud people. If you are leveraging from AWS, AWS will take care. AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. That is a cloud company. They are providing this SQL databases as a service. Some people might be speaking about, yes, we can maintain distributed database. So we can maintain one database in Malaysia, one database in India, another database in Dubai. So all these databases are specific to the particular business, but their data will be distributed across different countries. Correct? Might be Malaysia data will be stored in Malaysia because to maintain the fast access and all. Because if I am working in India, if I want to access the data, my server is located in my database server is located in India. Yes, of course, I can able to access it very quickly. Correct? And also how can you make it all these things collaboratively to work together? For that one, we have some solution like distributed databases. But nowadays, most of the database servers are centralized. Centralized in the sense they're maintaining one database server in cloud. Almost all the countries transactions are connected to the database. That means even if you are making a transactions from Malaysia or Bangalore or Dubai or some other USA or different countries. So all the data will be stored in what is that one? In a centralized database. So might be if I'm asking what kind of problems could happen if the data is stored in different systems do not connect. It shows many duplicate data, correct? Because we don't know, right? So the same record might be the same person will be registered in USA and also same person will be registered in India. In such cases, what happens? There is a duplication of the data. And also we cannot retrieve the data from what is that one, so some central place. And another important thing might be you can think of if you are doing ETL, for suppose extraction, transformation, and loading, what we have to do. So your data is not located in some centralized place, right? In such cases, you have to extract the data from different data sources. One data source might be from India, and another data source is from USA. So different data sources. Okay, so all these headaches. Okay, so the next question is why is it important for the data to be available quickly and accurately? Why quick data access is required? If if the data is not accessible very quickly, what happens? So let's think about the scenario. You are using an application in called as Amazon. I am not talking about so Amazon because Amazon is serving very quickly. To think about some mobile application, so e-commerce application. If delay happens, what happens? So the customers, they are losing the customers, right? So truly they are losing the customers. For example, you are attending my session, my internet connection is bad, then what happens? Same thing happens with respect to the delay also, right? If you are attending my session, my internet connection is slow, or whatever my audio is not getting rendering properly. In such cases, you are feeling that one as a bad experience, correct? In the similar way, so you are purchasing a product in some e-commerce company. So always we are using some mobile application or something. You are trying to access the data. Always the customer experience is very important. If you are the business organization is not providing so the customer experience properly, automatically the customer will go to the another company. If I am purchasing some product in some ABC company, if they are not providing the product very quickly, so definitely I can say, feel some bad experience about that company, right? Definitely I will go for another company like that. Okay, so that's what I want to tell you in a real view. So data is always make sure that we need to make sure that even if you are writing some SQL query to fetch the data, always we need to make sure that that query fetches the data very quickly. Okay, if you are not accessing very quickly, it's not possible. And also, what role do you think database or tools? So, like SQL might be playing in to solve this. So that means to solve all these problems, that means how to store the data and how to retrieve the data. There are several things, right? How to store the data, that is one thing. How to maintain the large amount of data. Yes, how to access the large amount of data very quickly, and how to secure the data. So that is another question. Another challenging part is what is that one? How to secure the data. And also, if you are talking about so one global company, how that global company is organizing this data in a proper way. Okay, so that is also another challenging part. All these things should be taken care by the database service providers. Who are the database service providers? Some of the database service providers nowadays, these databases are provided by several companies, right? What are the different types of companies that are providing? There are different types of databases that are available. First one, I am talking about what is that one? So relational databases, correct? So what are the relational databases that are available in the market. So the popular one is what is that one? So the Oracle. So if you are working in an enterprise, so Oracle is very popular one, and also MS SQL Server. So Oracle is from Oracle Corporation, right? Oracle Corporation is very big company. They are providing so this database as a solution, per suppose what we can say to solve all these problems. So Oracle is providing one solution. In the similar way, another popular company is what is that one? So Microsoft, right? Microsoft also providing their own solution called as Microsoft SQL Server. And also we have some open source databases. So like MySQL, this one is become popular because this is open source. Open source means we can customize it according to our requirement. And especially we are undergoing training, right? We are not getting enterprise licenses. So that means if you are working in a company under a particular account, so the company will pay for you, right, to access the database and all. But if you are in the training, per suppose if you are working in working for the training and also especially for your simple projects, open source databases are sufficient. So this MySQL we can call it as this is a open source database, right? Open source means what? We can use it without any enterprise license. No licensing is required. License means one database license it will cost around for a particular amount account it will cost around in lakhs. Okay, so if you are working for your personal projects, it's not an enterprise application, your own e-commerce application or something. You can go with what is that one? So open source databases. Okay, and tell me some other databases might be hard about very lightweight database. What we can it is SQLite. SQLite is also an open source database and also this is very lightweight database. Lightweight in the sense the size of that one is very less. Very good. So another great choice is what is that one? So Postgres. So Postgres is also providing their own database. And especially in the relational database flavor, it is providing so this database. Okay, I am just closing with the relational databases. So one important note is all these relational databases are using SQL language. So almost all the relational databases are using SQL. SQL used in what is that one? So relational. So databases is a cloud service provider. So they are providing Oracle database as a service, MySQL server as a service. Okay, so they are offering almost all the databases as a service. If you are speaking about the cloud, cloud is providing platform as a service, software as a service, database as a service. Okay, different types of services, right? Okay, so you cannot consider AWS as a database. AWS is providing so database services, all these database services, Oracle service, MySQL server service, and all those stuff. But you have to understand so some of the key important things. For suppose what are the different types of databases that are available. You need to understand, right? So because if you are working on so in real time, so different types of applications. So as a developer, we have to understand about some of the so different types of databases to be used in the market. So you can just look into this one. So this is the learning objective for this session. By the end of the session, so we can able to understand, identify different types of databases and match business needs and guide data and structured data decisions and distinguish the main features of DBMS and RDBMS. You need to understand so what is the difference between DBMS and RDBMS to recommend suitable tools for business applications, and also entity relationship diagrams. So and you are explaining requirements to the stakeholders. stakeholders means that means the people who are involving in the business. There we can call it as stakeholders. So by using ER diagrams, we are explaining so how you are storing the data and everything to the stakeholders. And we are understanding the relationships between the different data entities, for suppose. So interpret the relationship types to design. Okay, my first question is how these applications are getting the data very quickly. So I'm just searching for a restaurant in the application. How you are getting the data about the restaurant very quickly to place the order. So just you are searching, right? So that means the data will be stored where? In the database, correct? But if the database it is okay, database means what? Anyway, it is storing in the hard disk. But how you are retrieving the data very quickly, and how you are typing some search query in your application, Amazon application or Swiggy application, how it is going to the database? So all these questions, right? So let me explain with a simple scenario, so all of you can able to understand. So database is holding large amount of data. It's capable of holding what is that one? So large amount of data. So these are all some of the features I am writing. And so another feature is nowadays databases we are using to store our application data, right? So that means you can able to access the data and we can able to perform operations on data. So perform operations on data so very quickly. How it will perform? Because application programs, that means apps, are integrated with the database very easily. Integrated with the database very easily. So that means we are not supposed to write any complex code to integrate to provide the integration between what is that one? So our application and database. For example, let's say just a second. Yeah, this is my Swiggy application, for suppose, or Zomato application. You have a search box for searching restaurant, for suppose. So tell me one famous restaurant. So in Bangalore or some, might be I'm searching in my own, for suppose. Um, okay, Jaitun. Okay, so if you are searching for this name, so automatically the data about the restaurants will be stored in this database, right? So database means it is maintaining some database software. So this is a separate machine. So this is a database server for what is that one? So Swiggy company. So Swiggy company is maintaining some separate database server for their application. So this company is maintaining separate application. But suppose this is a mobile application or web application. Whenever we are searching for Jaitun restaurant, so automatically the request is going to that server and it is giving the response. That means it is giving the response with all restaurant details, whatever the items that are available, and all those details will be getting displayed here. So in this way, so the database is running on separate server, your application is running on separate server. Always databases used for what is the purpose? Storing the data and getting data very quickly. So getting data very fast and also securing data. So these databases are taking care of about what is that one, so securing the data. And also another thing, if you are talking about, so overall it is managing, right? So managing users, access means for maintaining security. Okay, all those things will be taken care by this database itself. So what are the companies that are providing this type of services? So the major companies are, first one is Oracle, and another one is MySQL. So MySQL it's a open source database, actually, open source. And also if you are speaking about MS SQL Server. But of course all these are all what type of databases? What type of databases? Relational databases. But nowadays most of the situations we are using what is that one? So relational databases only. Okay, try to understand. Most of the people are using relational databases, but along with that one, along with these databases can be categorized into different types. I want to show you some of the types here. Please look into these types. So then we can able to understand somewhat internals about what are the different types of databases we have. So these are also different types of databases. I will talk about each and everything very clearly. First one is go in a relaxed way. So relational databases. And next one is what is that one? So NoSQL database. Of course, if we are speaking about relational databases, so that is nothing but SQL databases only, right? So we are using SQL queries to interact with the databases to perform some persistence operations like insert, update, delete, all these operations. And something looking strange, right? No SQL databases. So no SQL means what? There is no SQL. We are not using SQL. And some another definition like graph databases. I can see like if I am working with GenAI applications, I am working with GenAI application development also. There I am using Neo4j1 database, which is especially graph database. I will discuss about that one. What is graph database and how the data will be organized in the graph database and all. And also centralized database, of course, centralized database in the sense it is a networking terminology. We are not going to maintain distributed databases. That means in each country we are not going to maintain a separate database. Instead of that, we are going to maintain one database in centralized location, might be in Northern Virginia or somewhere, and all the clients are connecting to that database from Singapore and Malaysia, from India, from Dubai, from all business locations. All the people are connecting to that database, right? So there are different scenarios we have. So one is centralized database and another one is distributed database. So let's talk about all those stuff. What is open source in the sense? I developed one software, for example. So I developed my own database solution. So by providing all these features, what are the features? So first one is, if your company wants to develop a database solution, what are the things we need to take care? So fast access, and also app developers. We need to make sure that app developers can easily integrate to the database, right? If if we are developing a database, we need to make sure that application developers, for suppose Zomato, I am developing my own application, food delivery application. I need to make sure that I need to provide some API so developers can easily develop the application, and also as well as security. Security means database level security. So database DB security and other levels of security also. Okay. If all these things if we are satisfying, so then only your database solution will be standing in the enterprise. Correct. Otherwise, nobody will use your solution. So in the similar way, so if I am developing my own solution, initially I am releasing it as a open source because I don't have so very big revenue per suppose. I have very little team. With that team, I developed the solution. So I have only 10 members per suppose in the team. I developed some solution which is very good. So I'm making sure that so all these things will be getting satisfied. So the second point I'm speaking about, so the application developers can easily integrate into the database. What is the meaning of that one? For example, if you are doing a Facebook registration, per suppose, how the Facebook application form looks like. Any registration, if you are talking about, so the name, they are providing one text box. So something, so they are providing email. So like that, they are providing multiple fields, and finally, you are clicking submit. Correct. So my question is, so once you are clicking submit, where the data is getting stored? I think Shreyas. Ultimate solution is, so you are going to store this data somewhere, right? Somewhere in the sense might be in the text files. But a most advanced solution is what is that one? So you can store this data in the database. And also once it is successfully stored in the database, that means your user data. So user data is successfully stored in the database, then what happens? So once we will get the message, what is that one? So registration successful. So we'll get the message something like, so we'll get the message registration successful like this. That means how the application developers, for example, application developer means I am working on so some Java. How Java developers can integrate with this databases? So by using one language called as what is that one? SQL. So if Java developer wants to talk to the databases, they need one language called as what is that one? SQL. SQL stands for what? Structured Query Language. So the SQL queries are embedded in JavaScript, correct? Or Java. The SQL queries are embedded in Java program to perform this operation. Okay, so what I am saying is, so if an application developer wants to connect to the database, application developer so must have a knowledge. So must have a knowledge on programming language and also as well as what is that one? SQL. So this is super important, right? Without having knowledge on SQL, so how they can integrate in your application. So that's what I'm saying. So about the second point. So the databases are offering one separate language which is called as SQL. So by using SQL, so we can able to perform what is that one? So different types of operations like insertion or updation or deletion or fetching, all these types of operations like that. Is it clear? I think your question is clarified. So the databases are offering so some separate language called as SQL. So with the help of SQL, so we can able to perform so different types of operations. So let me explain. So different types of databases, different types of databases architectures that are available for suppose relational databases. But we have some other types of databases are also that are available in the market. So we need to understand set what type of scenarios and what type of databases that are suitable for the particular solution. So let's observe this scenario for suppose here. So these are all different types of databases. So first let's try to understand so what is database actually? What is data? After that we'll jump into what is that one, so the architectures. So data is nothing but a raw fact. Okay. So simple example I will tell you for suppose while joining in Simplilearn, right? We are all attended this program. You are all attending this program. While joining in the Simplilearn, might be you filled out some form. In the sense you are providing your data, correct? So my name is this, and my email is this one, and my mobile number, and also along with that one, so you are filling out some information related to you. What is your experience and what is your qualification and all those stuff. That is nothing but a data. Okay. So for example, from Simplilearn, might be somebody. So somebody in the sense like the people who are very good experience, who are having very good experience in understanding your existing knowledge, for suppose to propose some courses. What we can say, counselor or some analyst, might be they are going through your data and they are identifying some insights. Okay, so this person is already working in this domain, banking domain. Might be we are suggesting this type of course that would be helpful for their career to get into the next level. So for that one, so what they are doing is, who are the analysts working in Simplilearn, they are getting your data and they are getting some insights from your data, right? So how many years of experience you have and which domain you are working, and do you have any coding experience or not? So all these things will be taken into the consideration by exploring your data, and they are preparing some, what is that one, so some information we cannot get it directly. So try to understand, information is always getting from data. Data is nothing but it's a raw fact. Okay, if I'm just throwing one Google form, or I'm just conducting some survey, you are providing your data. So from that data I will get some insights about you, right? So that means you are having this much of experience, for suppose how you are suitable to this particular course, whether this course is suitable for you or not. Who are all these things will become comes under what is that one, so information. So finally conclusion is data is nothing but what is that one, so the raw fact. So I will show you the slides also, no worries. First try to understand so in simple terms. Why? Because if I am writing and explaining, if people can understand easily. Yes. So it's a consolidated data. It is helpful for what is that one, so getting the information, getting some insights about so the particular persona, per suppose. So next one is what is that one, so information. So information, if I am talking about, so the processed data, so can be arranged in, a so meaningful way, per suppose, can be arranged or shown in a meaningful way. Shown in a so meaningful way. That is nothing but what is that one, information. So is it possible? So like if I want to present some monthly sales, How can you present it? If I'm showing in some Excel sheet, the manager can able to understand. So what are the insights about that one? No, it's not like in a Excel sheet. So it's a contains numbers, right? It contains so many numbers. The people cannot understand. So like how the sales will be increased or decreased, something like that. So what is the alternative solution? Yes. So you might be speaking about the tools, Power BI and all. That means through some visualizations, we can explain entire data through visualizations. Might be the people can easily understand, right? Might be through some bar chart in month-wise, some bar chart you can prepare, and we can showcase it to the manager. So the manager can easily understand. So what are the sales to be done like that? Information means we cannot say the information should be presented in an Excel sheet. So the data like that. Information is might be present in might be in a bar chart or might be in a pie chart. So through some visualizations, we can provide the information. Might be you are looking into your, for suppose your child progress card, progress report. If I am looking into my son progress report, right? I can able to see how I can understand like whether this person is studying properly or not. I am not getting into the details of how many marks he is getting in science and how many marks he is getting in math and where exactly the last month and current month what is the change. All those things, if I want to observe accurately, if I am looking into the numbers, I cannot get it. If I am looking into some image or some visualization, so I can able to get it very easily, right? Okay, so for that one, so might be you are using some of the tools like Power BI, right? So Power BI is integrated with what is that? SQL. So we can use SQL. So to fetch the data, and that should be integrated with Power BI to display some visual dashboards, table view. Okay, all these tools we are using. So we understand. So what is data and what is information? See why this data is important. From where we are getting the data. So some might be I'm asking question. So from where we are getting the data? I think you know regularly you are working in some companies. You are getting the data, right? So from what type of sources we are getting the data? So just you submitted your data through Google form, right? And might be you can think of like some trucking company. They are getting the data from sensors. So to the trucks they are arranging some sensors. So whenever the location is getting changed, every 5 minutes they are tracking the trucks and they are getting the sensors. They are getting the data from the sensors. And also the weather information if you are observing. So some applications like Windy, there are so many applications we have in the market. All the applications are visualizing the weather information in a very clear way. How that weather information they are getting? Actually, the weather information they are getting from satellite or something, right? So through different sources we can able to get the data. But if you want to present it in a proper way, if you want to present the data in a proper way, that is we can call it as information. Is it clear? All of you understand what is data and what is information? Let's proceed with the next level. Because we spend so a lot of time in understanding data and information. So let's jump into the next level. Again, we have recall all these things in the PPT. So I will discuss about that part. Next thing is what is database, right? So we need to understand about what exactly. So database, how it works actually. So we are working with databases only. If you are observing, so nowadays we are working with what is that one? So databases. If you want to access the Google, for suppose, if you want to access google.com, what is the software we are using? So people are using different type of web browsers, right? What are the web browser softwares we are using to access any world wide web, for suppose? Okay, so different types of browsers we are using. Okay, why this browser? Actually, this is a one application software which we are using to connect to the world wide web. Without that software, is it possible to get the information from the web? Can you please tell me, is it possible to get the information from the web without these softwares? No, not at all. In the similar way, I need to maintain the data. In the similar way, similar case we can keep in your mind. In the similar way, I need to store my data. I need to process my data. I need to get some insights from the data. For suppose I need to get some required information from the data. And also I need to secure the data. All these things. So we need to get fast access to the data. And also I need to secure the data. I need to structure the data in a proper way. I need to structure the data in a proper way, for suppose. And also I need to export this data by using some simple query language called as, what is that one? So SQL. SQL stands for what? Structured query language. So all these features are shipped with, what is that one? So databases. So we need to get access to the data very quickly. It is providing a mechanism to quickly access the data. And also it is providing a mechanism to secure the data. Whatever the data you are storing, right? So we can provide role-based access. We can secure the data. And also we can able to structure the data by using different types of approaches, relational approach, different types of approaches. And also it is providing especially one language, so which we can call it as SQL. SQL stands for structured query language. With the help of this language, without writing any complex program, right? Even you are not supposed to write 100 lines of code to get some insights from the data. Within single line, with the help of single line query, we can able to perform some complex operations also. So that is the power of, what is that one? So database softwares. So we can say in a practical way, a database is an application software. So like Google Chrome or like some other software which you are installing, Microsoft Office. If you want to store your data, if you want to secure your data, all these things, whatever I mentioned here, if you want to perform all these things, what we have to do? We need to install that application software in your machine. So what it is offering? So it is providing several features, right? What are the features? The fast access and also secure data, structuring data in a proper way, and also along with that one, so multi-user access. So multiple users can able to access to the database. Here all there are 50 plus employees are there in this cohort, per suppose. For all these employees, we are maintaining single database. So all the employees can able to connect to the same database like that. And also you can able to structure your data in the form of, what is that one? So tables. So views. There are some other database objects. So all those things are possible with the help of this database software, database management system software. But what are the different types of database management system softwares are available? But we are using different types of databases according to their context. I am speaking about, so I am writing some of the databases. First one is relational databases. And another one is NoSQL databases. What is that? So NoSQL databases. And another type of databases is distributed databases. And also centralized databases. Centralized databases. Okay, we have so different types. First, let me explain. So these are also the main things. So first, if you are talking about so relational databases, for example, another one will be, so what is that one? So graph databases. And another type of database might be recently introduced. What is that one? So vector databases. So these are also database softwares only. But these softwares can be used for different purposes. Okay, so we need to understand what is the purpose of these databases, how these databases are suitable for our requirement, for suppose. Because if you are working as a database analyst, you must know about what is a relational database, how the data will be stored in these relational databases, and where we can use NoSQL databases instead of relational databases. Right? So there is a separate NoSQL database is available. So we need to know about what type of situation we can use these NoSQL databases with respect to relational databases. And also, what is the power we are getting if we are using distributed database management system? What power we are getting? Distributed in the sense, in the name itself, the database softwares, that means database servers are located in what is that one? So multiple locations, but all connected through the network. And another term we are using here, so this is distributed and this one is centralized. Centralized means we are maintaining a single database server. That single database server will be sharing the responses to all the users like that. And also another word we can see here, so graph databases, great. It should be like a graph which contains nodes and edges. We'll see that one. And also recently in the Gen AI world, if you are working with generative AI technologies, so we are going to store our data in the vector databases. So we'll discuss about that part. First, let's jump into relational databases. This is most probably we are covering in this course. So first, let me talk about what is that one. So relational databases. So relational databases, if you are talking about, the data will be stored in the form of what is that one? So the tables. So first one is what is that one? So relational databases. So if your data is structured, for suppose, if your data is structured format, then we should go for relational databases. Structured format in the sense, for example, I am doing employee registration. Of course, my employee data is structured. So from the user interface, I am getting only so structured details, right? So I am getting employee number, so name, and also address. So this is called as what is that one? So structured data. Okay, so what does it mean? Even if multiple employees are registering also, all the employees records are in the following the same structure, correct? All the employees are having employee number, name and address. So same schema, that means all the employees are having, so all the employees are maintaining same schema. One record and another record cannot be differentiated, cannot be differentiated in the sense one record contains employee number, name and address. Another record also contains employee number, name and address. It should be represented in which format? So tabular format. So this type of data we can call it as what is that one? So structured data. So simply try to understand structured data in the sense it should follow the same schema, same rule, same regulation. So that type of data comes under what is that one? So structured data. So let's this one is suitable for all types. Can you please tell me some of the situations? Regularly you are using applications, right? You are using Swiggy, you are using Zomato, you are using Amazon, all the applications. So for all these applications, structured databases are suitable. That means relational databases are suitable. All you are sending such structured data. For example, you are placing an order. First question, let me ask one by one question per suppose. So let's think yourself. So you are selecting an item and you are placing an order. So for this functionality, so this is a functionality in the application. So this one requires, so that what data you are sending, that is structured data or unstructured. Anybody, for suppose even if you are sending, if you are placing an order, I am placing an order, what details we are getting? Name, order ID, right? So these are all the details, right? So name might be, order ID, location, item name. So something others per suppose might be some other information. All the people are sending same details, right? Like in the similar way, another functionality. So somebody is saying payment details. So if you are making payment per suppose. So the payment details also structured only almost. So that one contains what is that one? So the card details. So this one contains payment ID. So card ID. So that means what we can say card number and type of the card, status. That means the payment is done or not. So these details are also getting captured in what is that one? So structured way. So for all this type of functionalities, so what I'm saying is structured databases are sufficient, right? Structured databases are sufficient. That means if your data is structured, then blindly we can go for relational databases. Yes, so tracking order, all these comes under what is that one? Structured data. So let me introduce some other scenario. So let me tell you another scenario. It is not structured. Okay, it is not following all the, for suppose even if I am placing an order, you are placing an order, all following certain schema, right? All are filling the same form, all are submitting. Whatever the details we are sharing with the database, that is following certain schema. Okay, so can you please tell me some of the applications might be social media applications we are most interested regularly using? I can see like most of the people are using Instagram, correct? Yeah, first answer I can able to get it. But I think I know a few years back I am using Facebook, but my account is now I am not using at all. Okay, Instagram people are using most of the. So if I'm talking about unstructured, so NoSQL databases will come into the picture. So what is NoSQL? So NoSQL is capable of storing both structured or unstructured data. So it is capable of storing so both structured data and also as well as what is that one? So unstructured data, right? But what is unstructured data? If you are speaking about say Instagram or any social media application, if you are developing, if you are observing social media data, so is it possible to store social media data in a table? No, right? For example, I am sending a post. So take LinkedIn or otherwise what we can say Instagram. So LinkedIn. What are the other types of applications? I am not using Facebook. Okay, so these are also different types of applications, right? Reddit, whatever it may be. Can you please tell me whatever the post you are making, the post data, whatever the data you are posting, that data will be common? Common in the sense, for example, I am making a post. So what are the major data might be we are posting? So every post contains what is that one? So the post ID. So the data associated with post will be, so the post, for every post ID will be generated, and also the content of the post. But this content might be text or image or audio. We cannot say. So right, it might be text or audio or image, and also might be so at what date or time the post is posted. Yes, it will generate the date. But let's think yourself. Is it possible to store this type of data in a structured table? Not at all, because there are millions of users will be there, millions or billions of trillions of users. All the users are posting some different posts in their social network. I am posting it some text message. So Praveen is posting some image. So some others are posting some other audio, per suppose. Some others are posting video. In such cases, you're following whatever the data you are storing in the database. It is following certain schema. If I am creating a table like this, for suppose, if the table contains what is that one, so the post ID and also the content of the post and date, whether this content will support all types, whether this content will support image, audio, or video, no, not at all. That means each post, what we are posting, that should be of different type, right? So one post is of type image, one post is of type audio, one post is of type what is that one. So in such cases, we can go for what is that one. So NoSQL databases. What is that one? If your data is unstructured, so if your data is unstructured, especially, so then we can go for so NoSQL databases. Example, so MongoDB or DynamoDB. So these are all different types of databases. I am not speaking about so more about internal details. Just I am providing a picture at what type of situations we can go for SQL databases. If you are having structured data, per suppose, then we can go for SQL databases. If you are having unstructured data, the data is not fit for what is that one. So the particular schema, table schema. So if I am speaking, so I think uh, Barsa is asking, so Mahapatra is asking something. So could you please give me more example? Yes, that is great. Let's observe. It's very simple. In NoSQL databases, so the data is stored in JSON format. For example, so this is an array of records. So the first record contains what is that one? So the post ID. So 01. and also the content of the post. So this content of the post will be image, some abc.jpg, and also date, so some date. This is the first record. But the second record, so we cannot expect so same data, right? So post ID is so 02, and the content of the post, it's not image. In such cases, for example, this is a video file per suppose abc.mp4, and here date is not displayed. So that means what I am trying to say here is, in the case of NoSQL databases, your data is not structured. So if you are observing, this is the first record. This first record contains post ID, content, and date. Whether we can expect same details in the second post as well? No. You can store whatever you want. So that means each record is not following any schema, any certain structure. That type of data we can call it as unstructured data. So let me give you another example for suppose. Simple example, you can take it, text data, for example. So you have an employee data. It's an array. So it's an employee's data. So in unstructured databases, so the data can be represented like this. It's an array which contains, what is that one? So the first employee. Employee number 1, name is Subbu. Okay, so something like that. And we cannot expect so same fields in the second record. So this is employee number 2 and name is Suresh. And this one contains extra field called as location. Okay, so some CHE. And next another record if you are taking, so this one contains employee number 3 and also employee location is so USA per suppose. This one does not contain so that many fields. But all are following same structure. All the records are having same structure. So all the records are not following certain schema. In such cases, we can go with what is that one? So NoSQL databases. So that's why I given simple example, right? In Instagram, so all the people are posting similar type of data? No. If you are developing an Instagram application, all the people are posting similar type of data? No, not at all. Some people are posting image, some people are posting audio, some people are posting video. In such cases, whether structured databases, if you are storing the data in a structured way, is that one is suitable? It's not suitable. Then we can go for what type of databases? What type of databases? NoSQL databases. Okay. Your data is structured. Your functionality, as per your functionality, we are going to store our data in a structured way. Your data is structured, so then simply we can go with what is that one? So structured databases. Your data is not structured. In such cases, we can go with NoSQL databases. So these two are commonly used databases nowadays. What are those? One is relational databases. And another one is, what is that one? Relational databases means alias, we can call it as SQL databases. And another type of databases is NoSQL databases. So which is nothing but, so some of the companies they are offering, so MongoDB, so DynamoDB, So these are all what is that one? So NoSQL databases. But these databases can be served in different patterns, per suppose. I am not speaking about relational databases. SQL, whether SQL databases or NoSQL databases. So what are the major things we need to consider? So while working with the databases, so according to the databases, I am speaking about whether it is SQL database, that means you are storing structured data or unstructured data. According to, we are having so different architectures. So we are having, so what is that one? So different types of, so different architectures. So to manage the data, what is that one? So different architectures to manage data. What are the different types of architectures we are using in the case of what is that one? So databases. So the first one is centralized databases. So if I am speaking about what is that one? So centralized databases. So try to understand. So for example, so I am doing some business. I am having some company, e-commerce company like Amazon. So what I am doing is my safest location might be I am choosing so Northern Virginia. Okay. So my database I am keeping it in what is that one? So Northern Virginia. So this database is located in Northern Virginia. So all my applications, per suppose. So my applications are storing data, right? So this is application 1 and this is application 2. So all the users I am saying, so simply all the users can able to access this database. So from different locations. If any user is performing any transaction, per suppose transaction is nothing but if any user is performing so insert or update or delete, all the operations are updated in what is that one? So one centralized database. Okay, so this is our what is that one? So centralized DB. So all the operations, whatever the users that are performing operations, right? Insertions or updations or deletions, they are going to perform it on what is that one? So centralized database. Very simple. So I need in cloud might be if I'm using AWS or Azure. So we are choosing one location which is near to my main business area, per suppose. So that means my business is mostly located in USA. I can choose so Northern Virginia. Okay, so that is the best place. There I can maintain my database, per suppose, in a data center. So my applications are integrated with the centralized database. If any transaction is performed from any location, per suppose from India or USA or so Canada or somewhere, all the operations will be performed in what is that one? So centralized database only. So what is the benefit with the centralized databases? The major benefit is data cannot be duplicated, right? So data cannot be duplicated. So entire data is in a single location. Single location. Okay. So what are the problems? Okay, these are all pros, per suppose. So we can say pros. Pros means what? So benefits. What are the cons? So every time what we have to do, we have to back up the data. Why? Because if a centralized database is lost, per suppose. So what we have to do? If data is lost means we are losing money. Correct? If data is lost, something we are losing money. We are losing credit card information, per suppose. That means data is lost. We are losing our money. So we need to back up the data. That is, we need to invest money for backing up the data. And another problem is we need to get fast access to the data. If the data is located in USA, somewhere Northern Virginia, if you want to get fast access to the data, it is very difficult because we are accessing from so that means we are accessing from India or somewhere, for suppose. Some latency will be there, right, in accessing the data. So that one also we need to take care. Okay. So remaining security and all, it would be common. So across the databases, that is not a con like that. This is about what is that one? So centralized databases. And next, another type of databases is distributed databases. What is that? Distributed databases. So try to understand this distributed database, because if you are talking about distributed databases, your database servers will be located in multiple locations, for suppose. Okay, so this is USA and this one is Canada, and also this one is from India, for suppose. So these databases are located in what is that one? These database servers are located in multiple countries, different countries. But all these databases are representing single business, for suppose. They are not talking about, they are not storing about different databases. They are always storing about what is that one? So single, what we can say, single business might be these are all databases belongs to Amazon. Assume that. But still, the business it is happening in USA, so that data will be stored in USA database. The business which is happening in Canada, that is stored in what is that one? So Canada database. The business which is happening in India, that is stored in India database. But even though, they are all connected through what is that one? So the network. That's what I want to tell you. So these databases are located in different places. Still they are connected to each other with the help of what is that one? So the network. So with the help of simple terms, we can use it as internet. So with the help of internet, these databases are connected to each other. Whenever the user is requesting for data, so automatically it is fetching the data from different location databases in a seamless way. This type of databases we can call it as what is that one? So distributed databases. Instead of keeping the database in a centralized way, because if you are speaking about Amazon, it's not a small company, right? It's a very big company. They are processing millions and trillions. We cannot say the data is very huge. If the data is very huge, it is very difficult to maintain a centralized database. In a single location, we are maintaining database to serve all the needs. In such cases, what we have to do? We need to maintain databases. So similar type of databases, same Amazon databases, we are maintaining in different locations to fulfill the needs of a particular location. And finally, when coming to the operations, we need to make sure that all these databases has to work in a centralized way to provide the information. So that means all the databases has to work in a centralized way, in the sense all the databases has to be connected through internet. So then whenever we are writing some SQL query to fetch the data, so from all the locations it has to fetch the information, fetch the data, and it is providing a detailed report like that. This type of databases are called as what is that one? So distributed databases. And another type of databases I want to talk about, what is that one? So graph databases. So generally these graph databases, how it works? You know graph. What is graph? Graph is a collection of nodes, right? So these are all nodes, for suppose. These nodes are connected with what is that one? So edges. So each node contains some data. This node contains some data, and this node contains some data, and this node also contains some data. So whenever we are working with graph databases, what we can feel is we have multiple servers. Each node represents one database server, and it is looking like a distributed system, right? But I cannot say like this node is associated with some data. Data in the sense some small amount of data, per suppose. This node is associated with some small amount of data, and this node is also associated with some small amount of data, and this node is also associated with some small amount of data. But whenever we are querying, so based upon this node connections, like these edges, so we can collate the data like that. But we cannot think more about these graph databases. So we are not using these graph databases in our scenario. But example is what is that one? So Neo4j. So these databases are comes under what is that one? So graph databases. So we can just observe these slides. Might be you can able to get some idea. What is that one? So what is graph databases? So we have these are all different types of databases. I already discussed NoSQL databases. Example MongoDB. So DynamoDB and Apache HBase. Okay, it's a non-tabular database. I already discussed it, right? It's not storing structural data. So these are all classified into what is that one? So several categories like data models, keys and values. And it is a designed to flexible scaling in the sense we can able to create multiple instances of the servers and all. Okay, so I will discuss about that part, what is scaling and all. But right now we can try to understand, so like what is structural data, what is non-structural data. If your data contains non-structural, then definitely we can go for NoSQL databases. And another type of databases is what is that one? So graph databases, right? So it is a database that uses graph structures. So to describe and store the data in a semantic queries with nodes and edges and attributes. So each node represents what is that one? So each node is capable of storing the data. And the edges, so the connection between the nodes, which is mainly for what is that one? So what is that one? To tell the relationship between the data. Okay, like that. So these are all particularly effective at managing complex interconnected data that are widely used in social networks and also recommendation systems and also fraud detection and network analysis. So you don't know about these terminologies. Social networks means LinkedIn, okay, and also Facebook. These are also different types of Facebook applications. These are all. And recommendation systems means generally recommendation systems can be used in machine learning. Especially, I purchased a laptop in Big Billion Days, per suppose. So automatically, I'm getting the recommendations. You can purchase this mouse or we can purchase this keyboard like that. So if you want to develop such type of systems, this type of databases are getting suitable. Okay, so in the similar way, network analysis and all. So centralized databases, already discussed, right? Almost that is SQL database or NoSQL database, which is located in only one place. That is called as what is that one? So centralized database. It is located, it is stored and located and maintained in a single location, just like one server. I cannot say it is a mainframe computer. It's just an example. Okay, such as mainframe computer in the sense mainframe computer is located in some physical location, right? Okay, so like that, for example, in USA, in Northern Virginia or somewhere, you are just putting one physical machine that is capable of managing the data. That is one database server. Nowadays, we are not maintaining physical machines also. We are observing. Nowadays, almost we are maintaining what is that one? Virtual servers. In AWS, we are purchasing virtual servers and we are maintaining our data. Okay, so AWS will take care about security and all those stuff. And it is frequently accessed via internet connection, so such as LAN or WAN. And examples are what is that one? So MySQL and also SQLite and Microsoft SQL Server. So these are also different types of databases. And distributed databases. So these are all like especially you can use it for what is that one? So complex data processing. So for example, if you are using Hadoop, might be some people know the name of technology called as Hadoop. Hadoop means it's a distributed file system actually. Your data will be processed in a distributed way. Okay, so in such cases, some of the data will be located in USA, some of the data will be located in UK, and some data will be located in some other location. Even though we can able to perform operations on the data in a distributed manner, in such cases we can go for what is that one? So distributed databases. Okay, so like okay, so just a quick check. Could you please look into this question? Which system characterized having its data structured, especially structured, logically interconnected, and physically distributed over several sites within a computer network? See, they are not using the words within several sites means distributed over several sites means we can simply give centralized. But they are clearly mentioning the correct answer is C. Okay, it's a distributed database. What is database? And also you understand, so like what are the different types of architectures the database is providing, right? There are different types of architectures the database is providing. So like distributed databases and also like graph databases, different types of databases. But try to understand, so we are purely working with the relational databases. What type of databases? So relational databases. So in relational database management system, especially I am speaking about RDBMS. So RDBMS. RDBMS stands for what? So Relational Database Management System. So this Relational Database Management System contains several tables, and each table is related with another one, for suppose. At high level, I just want to discuss with you what is a table. Anyone, can you please tell me what is a table? What is the purpose of table? To store the data, right? So to store the data, for example, so let's say we have an employee table. So this employee table contains few fields. What are the fields? So we have an employee number and name and also as well as address. Okay, there are some fields according to our business requirements. So these fields will be getting changed to keep on. So we have an employee number and also name and address and date of birth or something. But try to understand, so with respect to RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, so this employee, we can call it as an entity. What is that? Entity. If you are taking any business problem, so every business problem contains many entities, for example. So entity can be represented in what is that one? So rectangular symbol. So if you are speaking about the entity can be represented like this. So this is an employee. So this employee is having some attributes. These attributes are represented with eclipse symbol. So ellipse. So this one is having employee number and also as well as name and also as well as address and also some other properties like so date of birth like that. So these are all attributes of an employee. Attributes represents the columns like employee number, name and address and date of birth. And also might be you can think of so employees having so some other attributes like phone number, all those stuff, right? But try to understand so these attributes are represented as columns in a table. If you are assuming employee table, it is nothing but an employee entity which is representing an employee in a database. Right? Every employee is having employee number, name and address and date of birth. But in these attributes, there are different types of attributes. Right? For example, some attributes are mainly used for uniquely identifying an employee. We have these attributes. For example, I am writing some extra attributes here. So email and also like date of join. So which attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying an employee in these attributes? So there are some attributes which are mainly for uniquely identifying the employee. Date of birth also. But we cannot say date of birth uniquely identifying a particular employee. So might be 2 or 3 employees. If you are having in a company, there are 60,000 employees. In 60,000 employees might be few people are having same date of birth, right? So we cannot say name also. Name should be same. So full name means we cannot store full name like that, right? So uniquely identified attributes are what is that one? So employee number. So every employee is having so their own employee number and email. Email is also mainly used for uniquely identifying that particular employee. And also as well as some case might be address because 2 employees might be not working from same address, might be not belongs to the same address. But this is not to be taken into the consideration. Secondary options. And date of birth is also secondary. Okay, so most probably you can expect. So email and employee number is acting as what is that one? So unique keys. What is that one? So they are uniquely identified. They are using uniquely identifying for an employee. So what we can say this keys we can call it as candidate key. So candidate key. So candidate key means what? In a table, we are using particular attribute or particular property for uniquely identifying a particular employee. Okay. So this employee number must be unique and also email must be unique. Every employee is having unique email ID like that. And we have some other case. We have some attributes like derived attributes. What is that? So derived attributes. So what are the derived attributes? For example, if I am speaking about, so another attribute I am adding here, experience. So this experience is a derived attribute or not? So this experience is derived from which property? Experience is a property, but especially if you want to find out the experience, how can you calculate the experience? So from date of join, right? So from date of join, so we can able to calculate the experience. If we don't know date of join, how can we calculate the experience? So the experience is derived from so date of join. This type of attributes we can call it as so derived attributes. So for example, experience, any other fields if you are observing or otherwise age. For example, if you are adding another property called as age, so age can be derived from what is that one? So date of birth. So this type of attributes we can call it as what type of attributes? Derived attributes. Age is depending upon date of birth. If we don't know date of birth, we cannot find out the age, right? Is it possible to find out the age based upon the data without date of birth? Okay, so now the question, any other attributes, could you please tell me according to your view? So for the employee, what are the derived attributes? I already specified for suppose experience, date of join. So can I consider retirement date? So date of retirement. So DOR, date of retirement. So this is a derived attribute or not? So that is completely based upon, so what is that one? So the experience. So based upon the experience, the date of retirement will be decided. So from date of birth, how many years of experience you have? So it should be calculated in such a way. So based upon date of birth only, so date of retirement will be calculated. So anyway, it is a derived attribute or not? It's a derived attribute. And also we have so composite attributes. So composite values. Composite values means some attributes are having so multiple values. If you are taking an employee, so I'm just adding another attribute called as, what is that one? So the mobile number. So one employee is having so multiple mobile numbers, right? One employee is having, what is that one? So multiple mobile numbers. So mobile number is a column. So multiple mobile numbers one employee have, and also one employee is having multiple addresses. Great. That is also multi-valued attribute, right? Multi-valued means what? So one attribute is having multiple values. But in these attributes also, we have single valued attribute. The attribute is having only one value. And sometimes the attribute is having so multiple values. As we discussed, so what are the examples for composite attribute, which is accepting multiple values? One is, so multiple emails might be, and multiple addresses, and multiple mobile numbers. Okay, so these are all comes under what is that one? So multi-valued attributes. That attribute is accepting multiple value for the particular employee. Okay, great. But here, if you are working with the database management system, we should consider to resolve the duplicate values. Multiple emails is possible, but that is according to the system, right? What we are working. Yes, if you are speaking about me, I have multiple emails. I can able to create n number of emails in Google, right? N number of emails in Google. But with respect to the company, I have been associated with only one single email ID. Please try to understand. So what I'm saying is, one person, one employee is having multiple emails also. That should be accepted. Okay, so you understand, so what is entity? Entity is nothing but a table. If you are practically speaking, so that is nothing but a table. But with respect to ER diagrams, right? What is that? So ER diagrams. So this one we can call it as, what is that one? So entities. So table in a practical way, but in theoretical way, we are representing that one as, what is that one? So entity. But my question is how to design a database, right? For example, if you are storing application data in your database, for example, okay? If you are storing application data in your database, for example, any e-commerce application, if you are talking about so Amazon or Flipkart, if you want to design a database for that particular product, for suppose for the particular website, so how to design the database? Is single entity is sufficient? So how to design? My question is how to design a database. Is it single entity is sufficient to store all the data? No, right? Because that involves what is that one? So multiple tables. It's not a single table. Multiple entities will be involved in that particular scenario. Okay. So let's take a simple scenario. I am a customer. I am purchasing products. Right. So what is the relationship will be involved? For example, let's go through some of the uh, basic things with respect to these relationships. So we have so relationships actually. What are the different types of relationships? So what are the key attributes actually? So let's come from this one. Yeah. What is entity? Entity is nothing but a real world object, right? Which is really existed for suppose in real life. It can be a physical object or abstract concept. For example, so salary account, bank. So if you are speaking about so salary account, it is a weak entity. So weak entity is represented by using double rectangle. It cannot exist without being associated with the owner entity. So if you are speaking about a weak entity and a strong entity, let me give one example for suppose. You, all of you have an idea about what is entity, but I want to give some examples related to what is that one. So weak entity and strong entity. Can you please tell me? I'm asking some questions here. So let me take some entities, university, so departments, and also professor. Without existing university, there is a department will be existed. Could you please confirm? Without existing university, is it possible to exist a department? Your understanding is so important. That's what I am questioning. Without existing university, there is no department. But try to understand, without existing department, there is an existence of professor. If department is destroyed, for suppose, might be there is an existence, right? We cannot say the professor will be like automatically getting removed like that. Professor will be kept. Might be that professor can be used for other departments. So try to understand. So there are two cases, right? One is weak entity and strong entity. Weak entity means what? Without existence of one entity, there is no existence of another entity. Without existing of bank, there is no existence of what is that one? So accounts. Correct? So without existing of university, there is no existence of departments. There is no existence of departments. All the departments automatically getting deleted. Correct? In the similar way, without existence of department, there is an existence of professor. I'm repeating it again. So what I'm saying is the scenario will be we have three entities per suppose. What are the three entities? So university, and also department, and also a professor. So these are the three entities for suppose. So my question is, without existing university, is there any possibility of existing department? No. That means if university is getting destroyed, department is also getting destroyed. That means what I'm saying, so this department we can call it as what type of entity? Weak entity, right? Weak entity means what? Without existing of university, there is no chance of existing department. But think about the professor. If the department is getting destroyed, for suppose, that means department is not existed, but still professor exists. The same professor might be teaching in another department, right? So in such cases, what is that one? So if department is still not existed, so there is an existence of professor like that. Okay, so these are all things just for understanding. So weak entity, strong entity like that. Okay, so but this one, these details are not that much useful in a practical point of view. But anyway, we have to know about this part. So for example, in this slide, if you are observing, so salary account, right? And bank. So what is the weak entity? Without existing bank, salary account is getting existed? No. Without existing bank, there is no salary account is getting existed. So salary account, we can call it as weak entity. So in the similar way, I already discussed with you, all of you. Attributes. What are the attributes? Attributes. So every entity is having some attributes, but there are some attributes are called as key attributes and derived attributes and composite attributes and multi-valued attributes. So I already discussed about key attributes. In the employee, what are the key attributes? Employee number, which is nothing but a key attribute. Here there is no email. So that's why here I am not specifying what is that one, so email and all. But while explaining, what we can say, key attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular employee. Okay, so with the help of the key attribute, we can easily uniquely identify a particular employee. And next type of attribute is composite attributes. Sorry, I specified so composite as multi-valued. So composite means what? For example, if you are taking one attribute is having several other attributes, for example. So if you are speaking about address, address is having country, state, and zip code. This is nothing but a composite attribute. Composite means what? So one attribute is having so more than one attributes. So if you are speaking about address, address is having so country, state, and also zip code. Okay, so this type of attributes we can call it as what is that one? So composite attributes. And next, multi-valued attributes. So that means that attribute is having so more than one value. So that can be represented in double vowels. So like this, for suppose. So the quantity, it is accepting what is that one? So more than one value. So quantity might be differentiated, right? One is accepting one value and another one is accepting another value. Okay, so let's clearly explain. So what are the different types of attributes we have? So key attribute. And another one is what is that one? So composite attribute. And another type is what type of attribute? So multi-valued attribute. If I am showing the slides, you cannot understand. So that's why I'm just writing. So any other attributes you can able to see here. So derived attributes, right? So as discussed, another type of attribute is what is that one? So derived attributes. So these attributes are from derived from another attributes. But so many questions will be arising from this one, as per my experience. So with respect to the employee entity, what are the key attributes? Employee number. So just guess it as yourself. What is that one? So email is a key attribute. But email is a key attribute. Yes. So that email is used for uniquely identifying a particular employee. So key attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular employee. So if you are taking for suppose another example for suppose. So let me talk about what is that one. So the customer. So customer is an entity. So here what are the unique key attributes in the customer for suppose with respect to customer entity? So key attributes. Customer ID. Customer name. No. Might be customer name, might be multiple names will be there. So mobile number. Email. Okay, by using email also we can able to uniquely identify the particular customer. Okay, so composite attributes means, for example, so the customer. For example, if you are speaking about the customer, so customer contains what are the properties? Customer ID, customer name, customer address. But this address is not associated with a single property, right? Might be this address is a separate entity. This one is having some composite values. What are the composite values? Address is having, so what is that one? Street name, right? So it is having street name, which is having door number and also location. So these are all comes under what is that one? So the composite attributes like that. So we have a street name and also door number and also location. So for example, if you are observing this attribute, so this address attribute is associated with what is that one? So complex values, right? It's a separate object, address object, which is having what is that one? So street name, department number, and location. But how to represent these composite attributes, I will discuss. Okay. So simply we can say composite attribute means what? So the attribute which is accepting what is that one? So the multiple values. So this type of attributes we can call it as what is that one? Not multiple values, what we can say, which is composite, which is associated with some other attributes like street name, so door number and location. This type of attributes we can call it as composite attributes. But how can you represent it? So if you are observing, so the customer table, name is also composite. How we can say name is composite? Yes, of course. If you are speaking first name and last name, it is composite. Great. And bank details, whatever it may be. Like if you are speaking about one attribute, it is associated with what is that one? So multiple values. Not multiple values. It's a complex object for suppose. Let me explain so in detail. So just take some simple entity. How can you represent in a table? For example, if you want to represent simple entity, employee, which is accepting only scalar values. So if you are taking employee, what are the fields that are available? Employee number, name, and address. So your employee number is the key attribute. So how can you say, so this table is having so unique values, for suppose. So if you are observing here, this table contains employee number, so name, and also address. So this employee number, so something Suresh, address will be Bangalore, for suppose. So we are storing single values, right? So this is a simple entity. We can feel it. This one does not have what is that one. So address is not having multiple attributes. This is what is that one. So simple entity. So simple entity means what? So we can directly store the values. But our business requirements, sometimes it is not looks like that, right? For example, so the same thing, if you are speaking about what is that one? So some complex entities. So same if you are speaking about say employee, observe this scenario. This one is also having employee number, so name and also address. But address is composite. What I am saying, so address is what is that one? So composite. In such cases, what we have to do, so we need to create two different tables. So one is employee table, so which is having so employee number, so name and address. No, not address. So this one is called as what is that one? So address underscore ID. And we have to create what is that one? So separate address table. So this address table contains what is that one? So ID. Every address is having some ID, and also street name, and also what we can say door number, something like that. For example, so we have so street name, so some Gandhi Street, and location is so Bangalore. So this employee belongs to so the particular street. So employee name is Suresh. His address ID is what is that one? So 1. So we are mapping it like this. In the similar way, if employee number 2, so his name is Ram, he also belongs to same employee, same address ID. What does it mean? He also belongs to same address, right? That means multiple objects are associated with this address, correct? Address is not accepting scalar value. So this is associated with what is that one? So one composite entity. So composite means what? So that one is associated with multiple other attributes like that. One example you can take it. Same, what is that one? So customer, or otherwise, so product. So can you please tell me, product ID is a composite? No, because this is a key attribute. And product name is composite. So model number, these are all associated with what is that one? Multiple attributes. So product name is not accepting, so what is that one? Singular value. It is associated with one object. That type of attributes we can call it as what type of attributes? Composite attributes. So now tell me price. It's composite or not composite? Not composite, right? Because the price is just representing in dollars or rupees or some other currency, per suppose. It's a single value. For suppose if you are specifying $400, it's a single value, right? So it's not composite. If you want to make this one as composite, what we can specify? There is no possibility, right? So directly we can store the value in the table as a singular value. So for example, so $500 or something. So like that. This type of attributes, so we can call it as what is that one? So scalar attributes. Scalar means what? That attributes can accept only single values. Single values means it is not associated with any object. But if you are speaking about, so the product name, here in this case, this one is composite. This is what is that one? So composite. Because every, so for suppose if you are taking a laptop, that laptop is manufactured by particular company. So that company is having, so the company ID, so company name. So there are some fields associated with that attribute, right? So this company is referring to the particular object. So the company object like that. Is it clear? So we have a concept, what is that one? So normalization. So let's try to understand. So what is normalization? So normalization means, so decomposing a big table. So decomposing a big table into smaller tables to reduce data redundancy. So to reduce data redundancy and some anomalies. So why we have to decompose the big table into smaller tables? Let's observe the scenario. We can able to understand. So let's assume that we have an employee table. So we have an employee data and also location data. So employee and also department data. So that employee belongs to department, right? And also location data. But assume that all the data is represented in a single table. So we have multiple fields, right? What are the fields we have? So employee number and name, address, and also when coming to the department table, so we have department name and location. So these are all fields belongs to employee entity only. We are representing entire data in a single entity, which is nothing but so employee. Is it a best practice? That is the question, right? So we have employee number, name and address. This employee number, name and address especially belongs to employee. And department name belongs to, department entity. And location belongs to, so location entity, for example. It is not a best practice to keep all these properties in a what is that one, so single table. So for example, what happens? For example, if I am specifying so one employee number one and name is Suresh, so address is Chennai, or otherwise we can specify so internationally. So our department name is what is that one? So analytics. And location is so USA. So it might be the same employee, another employee. So Ram, he also belongs to USA. So he also belongs to same analytics department, and his location is USA. So if you are observing, the data is getting duplicated, right? Same department name is repeated again and again. and same location also repeated again and again. And address also, if you are observing, address also repeated again and again. So in such cases, what we have to do, if data is getting duplicated, we have to divide this table into what is that one source. So by using normalization, so normalization is a process of decomposing a big table into what is that one so smaller tables to reduce data redundancy. What is data redundancy? Here this is redundant data, right? So data which is repeating, keep on repeating, that one is called as redundant data. So to reduce this redundant data, what we have to do? We need to split this table into multiple tables. We can observe here. So in this case, what I am doing here is I am just creating so employee table separately. So which is having so employee number, so name and also address. And also we have so department table. So this department table is responsible for managing department details. So which contains department number, and also another column is what is that one, so department name. So we have departments 10. So what is that one, so analytics. So who are all the employees working in that particular department? So employee number is 1 and name is Suresh and address is ESA, and his department number is, what is the department number? Here we can keep it, what is that one, so one foreign key. So foreign key means what? So it's a reference key which is referring to what is that one, so department number 10, like this. Okay, we'll see all these things practically, but let's try to understand. So another department, so 2, so RAM and also ESA, and department number is 10. So if you are observing, so this department ID is acting as what is that one, so reference, is acting as a reference that refers to what is that one, so this department. Because the department is a composite attribute, actually. Composite means what? So employee entity contains department entity, department attribute, but that attribute is composite. So that one is associated with another object. So while creating the tables, for department we have to create a separate table, and for employee we have to create a separate table. But we need to link these two tables with the help of this reference. Okay. So this is called as what is that one? So relationship between the tables. Here, this type of relationship is what is that one? So many to one, like that. Okay, we'll discuss about that relationships. So practically, what is foreign key and all those things. So linking with what is that one? Is a common column. So let's introduce what is database first, for suppose practically. Before that one, all of you please open. You have to select Mac here, right? So Linux, Mac OS is available. So we have to select an option for Mac. But here we are using in Windows. So if you are going down, you can see go to download page. Click on that go to download page. So in the go to download page, we can see some options. What are the options? So one is 2.1 MB and another one is 558 MB. Which one we have to select? So we can select 558 MB. Got it? You just download this 558 MB. Just click on so 558 MB. Okay, we are getting the screen like this. After going to the download page, I am going back, I am just explaining. So we are getting the select version, so Microsoft Windows And then next what we have to do. So you can go to the download page. So if you are going to download, so automatically it is just suggesting this 558 MB. Okay, like that. So you can just download this one. Just click on so download. Here, don't log in or sign up. Here we can below we can find an option. No thanks. Just start my download. Right? Just click on this link. I don't want to log in or sign up. Just start my download. So then automatically download is getting started automatically. Once this is getting downloaded, we have to install that particular software actually. Okay, so just wait. I will tell you the steps how to install the particular software in your machine. Nothing, you just double click on that one. But please follow me, okay, while doing that steps. See, this one is getting downloaded. So go to the downloads. You just double click on that one. But what happens means in my machine, MySQL is already installed actually. Okay, so let's see. If I am starting, so this MySQL installer, what it is suggesting. So it is automatically so launching some wizard. It is displaying, so please wait. Windows configures MySQL installer like that. Which option we have to choose? A server only or client only or full? Okay, all of you select full version. What is full? Full in the sense we'll get all the tools which are required for MySQL. So click next. See, these are all full means we are getting all these tools. What are the tools? MySQL server, just read it. MySQL server, MySQL workbench, MySQL router, and MySQL documentation and samples and examples. So click execute. So if you are executing, if you are observing, it is installing one by one, right? See, look at that one. So if you are observing that wizard, it is installing step by step, right? First, it is installing MySQL server. It is completed. Status and MySQL workbench it is installing. So now it is 43% like that. It will, you just wait until all the tools are getting completed the installation. So just wait until getting completing all these things. If you are connected to the, it will take some time actually, because if you are observing MySQL workbench 75% only completed. Once it is completing 100%, then only it will come to the completing status like that. All of you follow the same process. Click next. All of you please follow the same steps. So click next. 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 So provide the password as root. Here also retype the password as root. So click next. Next. Execute. Click finish. Again click next. Finish. So like that, click next. And provide the password. Click check. Click on check. And click next. And execute. And click on finish. So one last configuration is pending. Click next. Finish. That's all. What we done here is try to understand all of you. I'm just explaining overall. So if you are speaking about MySQL server, it's a database. So it is. So that means one software we installed in this machine. So this one we can call it as what is that one? So server. So server means what? It is providing database services. What type of server it is? So database server, especially this one is MySQL server. That means what software I install in this machine? MySQL server software. So MySQL some 8.0.42. So this is the software I installed. So this is called as database management system. Okay. So if you are speaking about DBMS, it is a software package which we need to install to work with that particular system. So generally in real time, this MySQL server will be installed in the remote location. For suppose, if I am working for Amazon, might be Amazon main branch is located in San Francisco. So in San Francisco, they are maintaining the Amazon database. Okay, so we need to install that software on the server. We done that step. But my question is how to connect to this server. To connect to this server, so we need MySQL admin. What is this? MySQL admin. So what is MySQL admin? This is called as client tool. So this is called as what is that one? So client tool. So this client tool is mainly for communicating with the server and getting the response. Okay, server is running. The server is capable of managing tables and managing security and all other stuff, right? But what we have to do, if you are sending data from client, for example, if you are writing some SQL query, so where we are writing SQL query, here we are writing. So in MySQL admin, we are writing some SQL query, say select star from, so employee like this. This SQL query will be sent to the server and it will execute that query and it will process the data and the data will be sent back to the client, right? So this query will be sent to the server and the server will execute that query and the data will be sent back to the client. Data will be sent back as a response to the client. The table will be displayed. So, but what happens means if you are installing MySQL full version, okay, so if you are installing so MySQL full version, for suppose MySQL full, so we can able to get so MySQL server and also we can able to get so MySQL client as well. MySQL client as well. So client means what? We are getting so MySQL admin. So MySQL admin software also we can able to get it. So these two softwares which are required so to execute our queries. So as of right now. So there are some other softwares are also getting installed. We are installing whenever we are installing MySQL, that is MySQL router. What is that one? So MySQL router. This one is not required for us. This one is required for application developers. Especially if you are working on Java, your Java application wants to connect with MySQL database. So like that in such cases, so this MySQL router and all other are required. But right now, I just need MySQL server and also another one is what is that one? So MySQL admin. Okay, you installed MySQL server in this machine and also MySQL admin in this machine. How can you check it? So how can you check? So the MySQL server is successfully installed in your machine and MySQL admin is successfully installed in your machine. If you are installing MySQL server, okay, if you are installing MySQL server in machine, it is running as a service. Okay, what is the port number it is running? So 2306. Okay, once we install MySQL server in this machine, server means what? It is a MySQL engine which is capable of processing your SQL queries. Whatever the SQL query we are sending from client side, right? We are writing some SQL query in MySQL admin client, and that SQL query will be sent to the server, who is capable of processing that query and getting the results. So the server is responsible for that job, right? So the server always listens to the request which is coming from MySQL admin. So how can you check whether the server is running or not? We can check the services. In your Windows, you have to check services whether the MySQL server is running or not. So I'm just showing. So please observe here. I'm just going to this Windows machine. So search and I'm typing services. So if I'm going for services, so in these services, I can able to see. So these are all different types of services running in your machine. And my service name is MySQL, right? You just type it. So I cannot see any MySQL service. Okay, just type it. So Okay, do one thing. So I'm just searching for MySQL admin. That means MySQL workbench. So this is called as client tool actually. Client tool means what? So this one only we are using to communicate with the server. So we are getting this welcome to MySQL workbench. And if you are just double clicking on MySQL 80 service, so might be it is asking some password. It is not asking for me password, but here look at this. It is showing so no connection is established. So what it is showing, so server status, it is getting stopped like that. So we need to start the server. So the server is getting stopped. So we can just go to the services. So that MySQL service is up and running always. But you can check it, where exactly so this MySQL is present. So if you are going down, if you are typing M, it has to come, but you cannot see. So here, what is that one? It is showing it is status is not running. So you just right click. So for me, it is not running, right? So what I am doing here, just right click, I am clicking start. So if I'm just right clicking and I'm clicking start, then automatically the server status is running. So you can able to see. So look at this, MySQL 80, what is the status? If it is stopped means you have to start it. So could you please tell me how to stop this service? Just right click and what we have to do. Just right click and click on stop. So we need to understand, so what is SQL actually? SQL stands for what? Structured Query Language. So this is the 5th generation language. The reason is, if you are using SQL, so with a single line of query, we can able to perform so complex operations as well. So what are the benefits of SQL? So if you are speaking about the benefits of SQL, with minimal code, so we are not supposed to write some complex codes. With minimal code, we can able to perform operations on database. So what is server? Anyone could you please tell me? What is server? Server means server provides services to the clients, right? Server provides services. But this MySQL is what type of server? This one is database server, correct? This one is DB server. DB server means what type of services this database server will provide? This one is providing so database services. Database services means it is providing so tables, views, okay? So different types of objects. So first, if you want to work with database services, so for example, if you want to store the data, retrieve the data, or insert data, or delete data, the first step is what we have to do. We need to install database server software in the server machine as discussed. So even for the training, what we are doing, we are installing so the MySQL server in this machine, right? Inside this machine, we are installing so MySQL server.
So if you are installing MySQL server, that one is shipped with some predefined programs. Okay, these are all programs. So that are coming along with the MySQL server software. And the server is running on what is that one? So my laptop itself. Okay, I installed MySQL server in my machine. So the IP address for this server is 127.0.0.1. What is the purpose of IP address? Network means what? It is a multiple computers are connected, right? So in such cases, so what is the purpose of IP address? It is mainly for what is that one? So locating a particular machine. Every machine is having their own IP address. In the similar way, so every server is also one machine, right? Server is also one machine. But if you are installing locally in your laptop, the IP address for local host is what is that one? The IP address for local host is 127.0.0.1. But this is a training machine. So in training, what we are doing, we are installing server locally in our laptop itself. So if you are installing MySQL locally in your laptop, that one we can call it as what is that one? So local host, or the IP address for that particular server is 127.0.0.1. Okay, the server is installed. How can you check the server service is running or not? We can able to start the server and we can able to stop the service, right? That is in your hand. If you want to start the server, we can able to start MySQL service. So in our machine, MySQL service name is MySQL 80. If you are starting the service, then automatically the server is up and running. If you are stopping the service, so server is not available like that, right? Can get the data from IP address without duplicate data. See, generally, if you are speaking, so IP address is mainly for identifying you in the network. For example, you are using one mobile. Like many people are using mobiles, right? So there are some certain people might be using some network like Airtel. In Airtel network, your mobile is identified with, or otherwise, you are using internet connection for suppose Airtel internet connection. So your connection is identified with some IP address. So the people can easily identify you with the help of that IP address like that. The IP address cannot be duplicated. Data, it is not related to data, I am saying. IP address is just for identifying your machine in a network. Okay. We are all connected with the internet, right? So, but how can I identify you? So how many packets are transferred from you like that? With the help of IP address, I can able to identify what you are sending and what you are receiving, everything in the network. So here also, if you are installing one MySQL software in your machine, that one we can call it as server. So this is a server software. That's what I am saying. So especially if you are talking about MySQL here, so database. So MySQL database is a server software. So we installed already where the service is running. If I am installing in my machine, so the service is running in my machine itself, right? Is it correct? So I installed in my machine. So the service is running in my machine only. How can I check it? You can check it. Go to search box and type services. In these services, it is listing all the services which are running in my machine. So at the time of installation, my service is taking a name called as MySQL 80. So search for what is the service MySQL 80. So is there any service? Just scroll down bit and verify. Is there any service MySQL 80 service is running? I'm just scrolling down. So please have a look into this services list. I cannot identify. So I cannot identify. Let's see. Yeah, great. We identified. See, look at the service. MySQL 80 service, this one is running. But in real time, it is not running in your machine. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. For example, if you are working in a company, so this server is not located in your machine, in your laptop. The server is located somewhere. We are remotely connecting to the server. But for training purpose, we install the server in your machine itself. And also we identified what is the service name it is running. What is the service name? MySQL 80. And what is the status of this service? It is running. Let me stop this service. How can I stop this service? Just right click on the service. Click on stop. So if I'm clicking stop, automatically the server will be stopped. MySQL 80 service is now, it is not running. It is getting stopped. So no longer we cannot communicate with the MySQL service. If any service is running in Windows, if you are installing any server software or if you are observing, so Microsoft Passport service, there are different services are available. My question is, these services are running on which IP address, which machine? It is running in my machine. Why it is running in my machine? I installed in my machine itself. But please think yourself, if you are working in a company, like any company, any small company or big company or very big company, these servers are not in your hand. Correct? These servers are not in your hand. So the company will maintain one separate server for you. That means all the data is going to the company server. It is not located in your locally. But for training purpose, what we did here is, so we install locally MySQL server in my machine itself. Okay, that's what I am trying to tell you. So and also I am running this service. I am just starting the service. If I am starting this service, now look at this. So the server is up and running. Let's open this service. So if I am double clicking on that service, I can able to see, okay, so it's a manual startup type. You can stop or start. All these things are possible. And also it is provided with some password. During the installation, we provided some password, right? Root. Okay, that is great. But one important thing we have to understand here. Now try to understand what I am saying here is, this is a MySQL DB server which is installed in my machine. If it is installed in my machine, that one I can call it as, what is that one? So local host. Local host means the software is not located in remote server. For example, assume that if you are working in a company, Simplilearn, for suppose, we are all employees of Simplilearn. So Simplilearn is having some database server. So the database server IP address will be something like this: 192.168.10.1. What is this 192.168.10.1? This one is the IP address which is allocated for the server in the Simplilearn network. But in this case, so we install locally in our machine itself. So that's why always the IP address for the local host. Local host means in my machine itself, I installed MySQL server. So The IP address for this local host is 127.0.0.1, which we can call it as localhost. Okay, great. So what I observed here is, so my service is running successfully, right? So how can I check my MySQL service is running successfully? Go to the services and let's look into what is that one. So the MySQL 80 service, so which is available here, where I can see it is not getting sorting down. So the MySQL 80 service. Okay, anyway, so I have previously shown. So this is the service actually. So it is up and running. But please remember, during the installation, if you are running any service, for suppose, okay, if you are running any MySQL service or any service, that is allocated with some port number. So what is this port number? In a service, for example, if you are using Postgres server or any database server, by default, the database server is allocated with some port number. So the MySQL server, so the port number is, so by default it is running in, so some port number. So let me check it in Google. It's 3706 something. During the installation also, it will ask you port number. So 3706 mostly. By default, it will pick up, so 3706. Sorry. This is 3306. This is the port number. So what is the port number? So for MySQL, so if you are installing in your local machine, so 3306. So if you want to send request to any service, please make sure that IP address is required and also this port number is also required. Because so from the client, if you want to connect to the server, so for example, if you are working in a company, the server is not in your hand. Okay, the server is running remotely. Might be the server service is running in Northern Virginia or somewhere. What client will provide? So that means the company which we are working for, that one we can call it as client, right? For example, what we can say, if I are working for Amazon, Amazon will provide this IP address and this port number, and they are providing some client software, right? So this one is called as client tool. So especially in MySQL, so this one is MySQL admin. So this MySQL admin is called as client tool. By using this client tool, we can establish a communication between the client and server. Okay, we can establish a communication between the client and server. What is the tool? The tool name is MySQL admin. Might be you're asking me question. Hey Subbu, could you please tell me this MySQL admin, only the tool I can use it or any other tool I can use it? Yes, of course, there are so many tools are present in the market. So from company to company, they are using different set of tools, right? So some people will use only MySQL admin. Some people will use some other tool. Any tool, that does not matter. Only the thing is, we need IP address of the server. So the IP address of the server is, what is that one? So 127.0.0.1, especially in the current scenario. And also another one is, what is that one? So on which port? So MySQL service is running. So what is the port number? So 3306. We just provide so this IP address and this port number, and also the password for that at the time of installation of the server. Okay, so the database administrator will provide some password for you, username and password. Then seamlessly we can able to connect to this database. So this one is, we can call it as, what is that one? So client tool. What is client in the sense? This is also one software which we are using to connect to the server. Which server? MySQL server like that. So client in the sense, in the meaning, it is not only MySQL admin I am saying. For example, I am developing Java application. Okay, I am developing some Java application or Python application. So these are all clients only. So these clients can communicate with the server with the help of this IP address and also this port number. Why? Because Java applications are Python applications, or PHP applications, all are performing database operations, right? You are submitting a form. What happens? The data will be inserted in the database. And we can able to delete the data and we can able to insert, update. All those things are possible. But as a part of this data analyst course, we are not going to worry about developing applications. Okay, so we are not going to worry about developing applications. That's not required for us. Only we need to master how to perform operations on the database, right? So you must have a proficiency in writing SQL queries to perform operations. So where we can write it? So where we can write it? So we need some client tool. Okay, we need one client tool to communicate with the server. Because if I want to send some SQL query, so we need some client tool. So thanks to this MySQL itself, it is providing so one tool called as so MySQL admin. Okay, so this tool is providing some graphical user interface. Okay, this tool is providing so GUI. GUI stands for what? Graphical user interface to connect to the MySQL server. And if you want to execute any SQL query, we can easily execute the SQL query on the databases. So now this is the right time to look into what is that one? So the MySQL admin, correct? Graphical user interface means what? So it is providing some user interface for you. It is facilitating, we can able to write SQL query and we can send it to the server, right? We can able to send it to the server to execute it like that. It is providing a facility for you. We can able to write the SQL queries and send it to the database to execute the query like that. Okay, so what if we are installing MySQL server, what we are getting it? So that is a good question, right? If you are installing so MySQL full version, so MySQL 8 full version. So what we installed in the previous session, we'll get this MySQL server and also we'll get so this MySQL admin. Both we can get it. This one is called as server, which is running as a service in my machine. And this MySQL admin, we can call it as what is that one? So the client tool. Okay, so let's open the client tool to connect to this server. So MySQL admin in the sense workbench only. I'm just speaking terminology. It is workbench only. Always I can call it as admin. Admin in the sense MySQL admin is a tool. Okay, so it's like a workbench. Workbench is nothing but which is mainly for communicating with the MySQL server. So if you want to connect to the MySQL server, what are the steps we have to follow? First, make sure that your service is up and running, correct? That is the first step you have to check. You have to verify in your machine whether the MySQL service is running or not. If the service is running, then only we can able to connect. Otherwise, is it possible to connect to the MySQL server? Not at all. You can identify where is this MySQL. So I'm just checking. Yeah. So what is the status of my service? So for this, if you are installing MySQL, so go to the search box, Windows search box, and just type it. So MySQL Workbench. So this one we can call it as MySQL admin or something like that as per our terminology. Just open this client tool. So once you are opening this client tool, we will get a window like this. So here you can specify, so local instance MySQL 80. You want to connect to the server. Just double click on that one. So it is getting connected automatically. Okay. So if I'm selecting show databases or otherwise we are just getting a window like this. We are successfully connected to that server. How can you say we are successfully connected to that server? So we are getting some schemas here. So schemas means what? Databases. Go to the SQL and we can just execute this query. What is the query? Show databases. If I am executing this query, so look at this. This query is successfully executed. Okay, let me run it again. So for your understanding. So I need some SQL editor to execute the SQL query actually. So here, if you are observing here, this tab, right? So we can create a new SQL file. So here we can just write the query and execute the queries. And below, you can see action output. That means if you are executing any query, that action, what is the action for that query will be displayed in the bottom. So what I am doing here is, I am just writing show databases. Okay, if I am executing show databases, then what is the action? Could you please guess it? If this query is correct, then automatically it is successful, right? So look at this, action is green. If you are observing, if you are getting this green color, that means this query is syntax is correct. This query is not giving any error. And also, what is the result? If you are observing the result here, the result is displaying here. These are all databases. If you are observing result grid, information underscore schema and MySQL and performance underscore schema and Sequila, SQL basics, these are all databases. These are all databases which are already present in my MySQL server. These are all databases which are already present. Because if you are installing MySQL server itself, by defaultly, some of the databases, especially information underscore schema and performance schema and Sequila, these are all databases by defaultly shipped with the MySQL server. That is not created by me. These databases are not created by me. Information underscore schema and MySQL, these are all system databases. System databases in the sense, these databases are coming along with the system. Only I created this database. What is that one? SQL basics. Okay. So that's why don't delete these databases. These databases are provided to support your SQL queries. Okay. If you are deleting these databases, your SQL queries cannot execute. Okay. So we don't want to worry about all those stuff right now. Just I am saying, if I am executing query, where I can check the output, I can check the output in the result tab, right? In the result grid, I can able to check the output. And how can you verify whether your query is successfully executed or not? Where we can verify? In the action output. If it is coming green color, That means your query syntax and everything is perfect. If it is not coming green color, red color, for example, let's say if I am writing show database, here itself it is complaining, right? Here itself it is complaining. So show database, in the sense there is some syntax error here. Okay, even though I'm just writing the query and I'm executing. See what is the color it is coming. Okay, so let's jump into the details. So now we successfully connected to the server. That is great. So our things are becoming simple now. Once we connected to the server, so in database, what is the exact definition of database? In the starting session, I discussed it, right? What is the purpose of database? Database is mainly for storing and retrieving the data and all those stuff, right? But the practical definition of database is, it is a collection of database objects. So database contains several objects. So to perform the operations, so some of the objects will be tables, views, synonyms, so indexes, so clusters, so stored procedures. What is that? Stored procedures and functions. So like that, so there are so many objects are there. As an SME, I am writing continuously. But mostly, if you want to store the data or retrieve the data, so most probably we are using, what is that one? So the tables. Okay. So if you are working with MySQL, or if you are working with Oracle, or if you are working with some other database, the main object which you are working with is, what is that one? So the table. Right? What is table? So generally in real life, it's a collection of, what is that one? So rows and columns. So almost we are storing the data in the form of tables, especially if you are working with RDBMS. So Relational Database Management System. But my question is, in MySQL or any database, what are the database servers nowadays available in the market? MySQL, SQL Server, Oracle, all these companies are providing so the databases, right? So if you are taking any relational database, we have tables. But all these tables belongs to, what is that one? So one database, right? All these tables are present in one database. In MySQL, so first step is how to create the database, we have to know. And this one is, especially this course is designed in such a way, we can get the assistance from, what is that one? So GenAI tools. Okay, first I will teach you how to create database and all. And after that, I will show you how ChatGPT is generating how to create database. So without database, is it possible to create table? Without database, is it possible to create a table? No. First step, we have to create a database. Then what is the query? So the query for creating a database is, so create database. So database name. For example, let's say employee DB. Okay, so like that. So let's create this database then. So first, if I am executing show databases, is there any employee DB database is present here? No, right? So please make sure that the database is not present. So the next, press enter. And one more important point I want to tell you, if you are new, how to execute this query. So just select this query. So we have buttons, right? Execute the selected portion of the script. And another one is you just place a cursor on the particular line. You just put a cursor on the particular line and you can just click on execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. Okay, so second button. So always best practice is you just select the query, whatever the query you want to execute, and just run it. That's all. Okay, so now I want to create a database. So generally, if you are working with any programming language, that might be SQL or Java or any language, we can write comments. Right? Comments. What is the purpose of commenting? So comments are mainly for what is that one? So if any functional people are looking into your code, per suppose, functional people means they don't know what is the code we are written, right? They will just understand by you reading the English statements. Okay, in a company, there are some people are working functional side. Some people are working as developers. So the functional teams wants to understand the SQL query. So what we have to do, so just we are writing, so some comment for writing the query. So what is the comment? So create database employee DB. So this is just a comment. It is just for readability purpose, right? It is just for what is that one? So readability purpose. So now I am writing the actual query. So what is the query to create? So database. So the database name is what is that one? So employee DB. So this query is not giving any error, syntactical error. So just select this query and execute it. How to execute it? So just select that query and execute it, run it. So look at this. This query is successfully executed. So create database, employee DB. So one row affected. So that means how can I check whether the database is created or not? So here look at this in the left side panel in the schemas. I cannot see employee DB. Just refresh it. Here we have refresh icon, right? So just refresh it. Look at this. I can see one employee database is getting created or not. Yes, one employee DB is successfully created. But I want to fetch the databases which are already present from the SQL query itself. I want to write an SQL query to fetch all the databases currently available in this server. What is the command? So you just select this show databases. So thanks to this SQL editor, we can write query once and we can able to execute many number of times. Okay, I already written previously, just I am executing that query. Now look at this. So it is listing my employee database or not? Yes, of course. It is listing my employee database. Don't write query many times repeatedly. Okay. So in Workbench, you just create the query once. And if you want to execute multiple times, so no worries, you just select that query and execute that query. That's enough. It is just displaying what is that one, so the employee DB like that. If you want to tell, for suppose you want to write another query here. So you can write it here. So create database. So customer DB. Okay. So what does it mean? If you are writing multiple queries in the same line, the semicolon tells this is the end of the statement. But if you are not putting semicolon, then what happens? It is giving error, right? Error. So semicolon is a termination statement. That means this query is ended here. And after that, this is the another query like that. The SQL will treat it as. Instead of semicolon, if you are asking, if you are putting any other character, ultimately it is giving an error because other characters are not treating as termination statements. Got it? But it is always best practice. Don't write the queries in the same line. Always push the queries in the second line. So I've written the query. How can I execute? Select that query and just run it, right? Execute this query. So that customer DB is created. How can we verify it? So in the bottom, in the action output, you can just drag up. You can able to see. So create DB, customer DB. This is green color. And also it is stating like one row affected. And also it is successfully created. But how can you verify it? In the right side, in the left side panel, if you are refreshing the schemas, of course you can able to see this customer DB. Or otherwise, if you want to manually execute this query, show databases. Okay, so then automatically it is listing your databases, right? Whatever the databases that are already present, it is automatically displaying all those databases. What is the database here? Customer DB, which we created earlier like that. Now tell me, we have two databases available, guys, here, employee DB and customer DB. Which database I can use it for creating employee table? I will use employee DB, right? So we can use the command. So use, what is the database name? Employee DB. So what is the purpose of this use command? What is the purpose of this use command is we have multiple databases are already present in the server. But you want to select only one database. Inside the database, I want to create tables. So for this, we are using this command, use employee DB. So whenever I am executing this command, so automatically employee DB is getting activated here. Look at this. In the left side panel, we can see this one is in bold. Bold means what? What is the currently selected database? What is the currently selected database? Employee DB. In the similar way, for example, again I am writing use customer DB. So for example, we have multiple databases. Employee DB is there, customer DB is there, and also as well as invoice DB is there. Multiple databases we have. But especially in which database you are going to create your tables and all. Correct? How can you switch from one database to another database? If you want to switch to customer DB, currently what is the database you are working for? So just execute this command, use customer DB. Now look at this, employee DB is deactivated and we switched from employee DB to which database? So what is my current working database? What is my current working database now? But my interest is I want to create an employee table. So where I can create it? In employee DB. Use employee database. Okay. All right. So I switched successfully to the employee database. So now next step. So we are currently in employee DB. I want to create a table in employee DB. So if you want to create an employee database, employee table, what is the syntax? So we have to follow. Just observe this. I want to simplify this one. If you are creating a table, say especially employee table. So first we have to identify the attributes for the employee table, right? Employee number and name, email, whatever it may be, contact number. So there are many things. Okay, so if you are creating a table, so first we have to understand, so what are the attributes for suppose. So as discussed, this employee table, I want to ask you a few questions here for your understanding. So this one contains employee number, name, address, and email, and date of birth, all this stuff. In these attributes, what are the attributes can be used for uniquely identifying a record, uniquely identifying an employee? The candidate keys. So this one we can call it as, what is that one? So candidate keys. Candidate keys means these attributes can be used uniquely mainly for identifying a particular employee. I can identify, so based upon employee number, and also as well as I can identify based upon email, correct? One email will be allocated to one person only. The same email ID cannot be assigned to another person. Is there any other one? Might be if I'm adding contact number, or we can say so mobile number. So mobile number can be used for uniquely identifying that person. Say yes or no? Yes. One mobile number will be allocated for only one employee. These are all we can call it as, what is that one? So candidate keys. But from these candidate keys, of course, these are all unique in the sense. So these values cannot be duplicated. Employee number cannot be duplicated. Email cannot be duplicated. Mobile number also cannot be duplicated. Say yes or no. So in this also, let's think yourself. I need to identify, so the primary identification key. This one we can call it as primary key. Of course, that is your wish. So in this, I am identifying always the primary key as IDs, right? Almost. These are all suitable. These are all candidate keys are suitable for identifying an employee because these are all unique values. But among those, we need to select only the particular one as primary one. Almost in every table, IDs will be customer ID or employee number. These are all things will be treating as, what is that one? So the primary keys, right? So primary key is also a candidate key. There are multiple keys are there. Multiple candidate keys are those there. Among those, we are choosing only one key as, what is that one? So primary key. So we can choose it as email as a primary key. We can choose it as mobile number also primary key. But according to your database design, almost we are choosing IDs. The ID number which we are allocating for the table, that one we are choosing as primary key. Correct? And another keys is alternate keys. Alternate keys. What are the alternate keys here? If you are choosing employee number as primary key, alternate keys is, what are the other keys? Email. And what is that one? Mobile number. Of course, email and mobile number also can be used uniquely for identifying an employee. But that one, those are all not primary. The remaining, except primary key, remaining all we can use it as alternate keys. So we have to identify what is the primary key. There are so many keys are there, so many candidate keys we have. Among all those, which one is treating as primary key? Great. Now let's jump into this discussion. So I want to create an employee table. So I'm just writing comment. So create table. So employee having attributes, right? Having attributes. What are the attributes? Employee number. So comma name and address. What are the other columns? Email. Okay, initially I'm adding these attributes. So this is the actual query. So create table. The table name is employee and E number. Can you please tell me this E number is a primary key? And also what is the data type of this E number? So we have to understand so data types. So if you are specifying so anything, so every attribute is having some data type, right? Most commonly used data types in MySQL. For example, if it is for suppose employee number, what is the data type we are using is int. If it is a name, we are using varchar, and we are specifying the size, varchar of size. So for example, so varchar of 100, like this. Either we can use varchar or char. So char of some 20, like that. I will tell you what is the difference. The major difference between the varchar and char is, for example, if I am assigning, so the name whose data type is varchar of 100. But if I am storing name as Subbu, how many characters Subbu is having? Anyone, could you please count it? 5, right? 5. But how much size I provided? 100. That means this name column should allow up to maximum of how many characters? How many characters? 100 characters. But if I am writing, so select, I am writing a query, so select length of name. So from employee, how many characters? What is the number I can get it? 5. Not 100. I am getting 5 because for Subbu, the name Subbu, it is giving just 5 characters. But what happens if I am giving same name data type as char of 100? So this char of 100 is mainly for representing fixed length string. What is that length string? Fixed length strings. So fixed length string means what? It will accept only fixed length. So for example, if I am saying, if I am storing Subbu here, even if I am writing a query, so select, so length of name from EMP. What happens means it will give 100. It is not giving 5 characters. But actual name length is how many characters we have? 5 characters. What happens means, so I will repeat it, no worries, just wait. What happens means, even if you are giving so char of 100, this is the actual name, right? So Subbu. It will add some spaces. So 95 spaces. How many spaces? 95 spaces to this actual name. Why? Because this one allows only fixed length. Fixed length means what? So the actual length of that name is 100. You must provide 100 characters. Even if you are providing 5 characters, what happens? Remaining all the characters will be appended as spaces. That is the problem with what is that one? So fixed length strings. So generally in any databases, we have so 2 types of strings, right? So one is variable length strings. What is that one? So variable length, which we can call it as varchar. And another type of strings is what is that one? So fixed length strings. So this is char. If you are specifying so varchar of 100 and char of 100, what is the difference is, if you are specifying varchar of 100, so here we are just specifying so the maximum length as 100. Okay, so the maximum length is what is that one? So 100 characters. So we can put it any name, no issue in that particular column. For suppose if I am putting the name as Subbu, actually the name, the length of that one is 5 characters. Yes, it will take it as 5 characters only. But the maximum length, it cannot be exceeded more than 100 characters. But the same scenario in the case of char of 100. So what happens? This one is not variable length. What is that one? So fixed length. Fixed length means generally this one is used for such type of columns like married or unmarried, right? So married or unmarried or marital status, we can say. So the column is what is that one? So marital status. So for Marshall status, it will allow only one character. So just I am putting one, char of one. It will accept only these two characters, right? Yes or no. So Y is treating as one character and N is treating as another character. For example, another scenario, if you are putting same name as char of 100, then what happens? If you are giving any name, for suppose, for example, if I am storing the name Suresh, how many characters the Suresh is having? 6 characters, right? But how much size it will take? 100. What happens to the magic behind the scenes is it is taking Suresh and it is appending 94 spaces in the ending. Even if you are giving Suresh, it is adding 94 spaces to that one. So total length of the string it will become 100 characters. It is always expecting fixed length strings like that. Next, another data type we have. What is that one? So date. What is the default format supported by the date in MySQL? The default format supported by the date is year, month, day. And especially in the case of these date formats, hyphen we have to put it, right? Y hyphen mm dd. This is the format. Okay, we have to put hyphen in between that one. So from database to database, what I am saying is this date format will be different. If you are going with Oracle, so might be the date format will be different. If you are working with MySQL, this is the date format. Even if you are working with PostgreSQL, this date format will be same. So we have to verify, we have to identify what is the default date format, right? What is the default date format supported by the particular database? Okay. Okay, so we understand some basic data types. Now let's create a table. So how to create a table? So create table. So table name. What is the table name? Employee. Of what are the columns? Employee number. And whose type is, what is the type? Int. And this one is a primary key. Say yes or no. Yes, this one is mainly for uniquely identifying the employee. So we can specify what is that one? So primary key. And also name. What is type? So varchar of 100. And also address. And also here also we are keeping varchar of some 200. And also email. So here also I am just specifying what is the data type. So let me create this table. So practically you can able to understand. Can you please tell me currently which database we are using? We need to get clarity, right? Where we are creating table. Blindly we cannot create table somewhere. So let's execute this query. Create table, employee number, whose type is integer, and I am just putting what is that one? So primary key and name, varchar of 100. So varchar of 200. Another one is what is that one? So email, right? Varchar of some 300. Not required this much. You can give varchar of 30. That's all. Because mostly emails are having 50 characters maximum. So this is the syntax. How can I execute this query? How can I execute? Select and execute. It is successful. So table is created successfully. But where this table is getting created? In which database? So table is created, but how can you check? So I'm just using how to describe a table. So how to describe a table. So DSC or describe. We can use both. DSC, what is the table name? Employee. If I am specifying describe employee, so it is describing the employee table with all the columns, right? What are the columns we have? Employee number, name, address, and also email. And it is showing what is that one. So key also, primary key. So for employee number, we assign primary key. All those details we can able to see it. We understand. So what is primary key? So employee number and also email and mobile number. These are all used uniquely for identifying. But among those, we are choosing employee number, right, as a primary one. But try to understand. So what is the purpose of primary key? Oh, so we have a concept called as what is that one? So constraints. What is that concept? Constraints. So before going to constraints, let me talk about what is that one. So by using SQL, we are going to perform so different types of operations. So these operations can be categorized into different types of languages. One is called as DDL. DDL stands for what?
Data definition language.
Data definition language. I am coming from ground actually. So just we can observe. Just listen to me for 10 minutes. And after that, DML. So data manipulation language. And also we can, another one is DRL. So data retrieval language. Okay, so we have some other languages also, but these three are more important. So first we are talking about what is that one? So DDL and DML. What is DDL actually? DDL stands for data definition and DML stands for data manipulation. But try to understand, if you want to understand these two concepts, first we have to understand what is data definition and what is data. Correct? We need to differentiate between data definition, right? So data definition versus data. So we need to understand these two. Let's assume that so we have a table per suppose. So it's an employee table, right? Which we created earlier, for example. This employee table contains some columns, employee number, name, address, and also email. And also there is some data which we inserted, for example. So one Suresh, address is USA, and some email, suresh@gmail.com. Okay, something like that. And two, John, UK. So john@gmail.com. Okay. So now we have to understand, so what is the difference between so data definition and data? So from this table. So if you are speaking about the data definition of this table, so what is the table name? Data definition majorly tells about table name and columns. What are the columns? Employee number, name, address, and also as well as what is that one? So email. And also what is the data type will be assigned for this employee number? Integer. And what is the data type for name? Varchar. For address also varchar. For email also varchar. And also what are the constraints that are applied on the particular columns? We don't know about constraints, but we know only what is that one? So the primary key constraint. So these all details comes under what is that one? So data definition. So we can say Data definition represents the schema of a table. Schema in the sense what exactly the table name and what are the columns present in the particular table and what is the type of that columns and what are the constraints that are applied on the columns. Okay, this is all representing what is that one. So data definition, this one we can call it as what is that metadata, right? Metadata about a table. Metadata means what? So data about data, right? We have an employee table. If you want to get the metadata is nothing but what is the table name and what are the columns present in the table. We have an employee number, name and address, and what are the data types associated with that particular column, and what are the constraints that are applied on the particular column. All these comes under what is that one. So data definition. Then what is data here? So data definition is this one, but data is nothing but the rows, right? So these are the rows which we inserted into this table, right? This is nothing but data. Okay, so the actual data which we inserted into the table, that is nothing but data. And data definition in the sense this data is having some metadata, right? What exactly the table and what are the columns? What are the columns here? Employee number, name and address and email. And what is the data type of that column? What type of data that column will allow? All these comes under metadata. So we have two different languages, two different types of queries we are writing to differentiate between what is that one. So data definition and data manipulation. So first one is data definition language. Especially we can call it as DDL. In DDL we can able to perform create, alter and also drop. These are the three operations which we are performing under DDL. What does it mean? So if you are talking about create, so create is mainly for creating any database object. Say example, so creating a table. So alter means assume that the table is already existed, for suppose. If you want to make some changes to the structure of the table, okay, if you want to make some changes, make changes to the definition, make changes to what is that one, so definition. What changes we can make it? So by using alter, we can rename column, we can rename column var or constraint. If we are applying any constraint, so we can rename a column or constraint. And also we can add or drop. So column var or constraint. And also we can change data type. If you want to change the data type or size of a column, so we can do that one. All these options comes under what is that one, so alter. That means we are just making some changes to the existing table, for suppose. The table is already present. If you want to change the data type, that one comes under alter operation. If you want to rename a column, unfortunately we provided wrong name. If you want to rename a column, that one is also comes under alter. And finally, another option is what is that one? So drop. What is that one? So drop. So drop is mainly for dropping a table. So dropping a table in the sense it is completely removing a table. Okay. So if you want to completely remove a table, we can use what is that one? So drop. So right now we performed only creating a table, correct? We know how to create a table. So I will just explain. So what is alter? How it works? Just we can observe. So assume that so we have an employee table. So these are all the columns present in this employee table. So what are the columns? Employee number. So name, address, and sal. So these are the columns, and the employee number is a primary key. We have a separate discussion on primary key, no worries. But right now I'm not speaking too much about the primary key. Let's finish out this alter option. Okay, so this is my definition and this is the data. So one John and address is UK and some salary is some $3,000 or something, whatever it may be. And address 2 Adams and he is from USA. He's having some $4,000. Now my requirement is I want to change this name from sal to salary. So the command is might be you can use alter table. What is the table we are altering? Employee, rename. So this rename is a keyword, especially I am highlighting. So rename column. What is the old column name? Sal. 2. What is the new column name? Salary. Okay, like that. And also in the similar way, I want to add an extra column. So adding an extra column, what we can say here, email. So the table already contains 4 columns. What are the columns? Employee number, name, address, and salary. I want to add an extra column. Can you please tell me, adding extra column comes under DDL or DML? It comes under DDL, right?
Yes.
So if you want to add an extra column, so how can you add it? Alter. So table, employee, add. So we can specify, so what is the keyword? We are adding, what is that one? So column, open parenthesis, not required. So add column. What is the column name? Email. And what is data type? Varchar of 100, for suppose. So this is the way we can add a new column. So let's see all these things practically. So right now I am not touching the data. Try to understand. I am not working with data. Okay, I am just working with the table definition. So in this, if you are observing, I created a table. So if I am executing, so describe employee. What are the columns are there? Could you please look it and confirm? Employee number, name, address, and email, correct? So let's add another column. What is the column? I want to add it here. Salary. How can I add it? So that one comes under alteration, right? So alter table. So employee, add. So we are just using add column. So the syntax, add space column and column name. What is the column name? Sal. Whose type is, what is the type? Integer. So if I'm adding this column, so if I'm executing this query, this is successful. So after that, where we can check whether this column is added or not? Anyone, could you please tell me? Describe employee, right? So you just describe employee. See, the salary column is added. Okay. So now the another question. But I unfortunately added sal. I just want to change this name of this column from sal to salary. Anyone, could you please guess it? It comes under alter. Yes, alter table, employee. What is the command? So rename. So I am renaming a column. So old column name is sal. I am just changing that one to, what is that one? So salary. Right? I am just executing this query. It is successful. Where we can check it? How can you know whether this column name is getting changed or not? Describe employees. See, look at this. This name is got changed or not? This name is getting changed. So drop column, what is that column? So that one is getting dropped. How can you know? So describe employee. So salary is dropped, right? So now tell me, this table contains any data? No. This is just data definition. How to retrieve the data from this table? If I am writing select star from employee. Okay, so employee is the table name. Select star from employee means this one does not contain any data. This one contains only, so it is displaying only column names, but it does not contain any data. So what is select query? This one comes under DDL or DML or DRL, retrieval language. Only select command comes under data retrieval language. Just basic I am introducing. Now the question is, I want to insert the data into this table. Insert data into, what is the table? Employee table. So if you want to insert the data into this employee table, first we have to identify what are the columns present in this table, right? So for that one, what is the command we can execute? Describe employee. What are the columns are there? Okay, total how many columns? 4 columns. Employee number, name, address, and also email. There are many ways we can insert the data into a table. First one is inserting values into all the columns. For example, here I am writing like this. Insert into employee space values of. If you are using this syntax, we need to make sure that we have to insert the data for all the columns. For example, so 1 and John, and also as well as address. Address is USA. And also the email. So John @gmail.com or something. But try to understand here. If you are observing strings here, John is a string, USA is a string. What is string? Anyone, could you please tell me what is string actually? It's not only, we cannot say a collection of alphabets, right? Group of characters. Especially in SQL, so this strings can be represented with strings and dates, especially. String and also date can be represented with single quotations, not double quotes. But if you are from programming background, might be you can able to see strings can be represented with double quotations, right? Yes. In Java and other programming languages. But in SQL, so strings can be represented with what? Single quotes. So now if I am executing this query, so one record is inserted successfully. How can I verify it, whether this record is inserted or not? We have to retrieve the data from employee table. See, one record we are getting or not. So try to understand, describing in the sense, we are just observing the columns. If you want to retrieve the data, so then what we have to do? We have to use select query. So select star from employee. Look at this, one record is successfully inserted. So let's insert second record. How to insert second record? So 2 and also Ram. So he is from Hyderabad, and also Ram at the rate of gmail.com for suppose. No. So now tell me how to execute this query. Just select this query and execute it. How can you know whether this record is successfully inserted or not? Select star from employee. We have 2 records. First one is one John USA and second one is Ram and also Hyderabad. So try to understand. Now tell me this insert command comes under DML or DRL? So
DML.
it comes under what is that one? So DML. So we are working with data, right? Insert, update, delete. These are all comes under what is that one? So DML. Select query comes under DRL. Create, alter, drop, DDL. So now we inserted this query, but try to understand the syntax. Here, how many columns are there in this employee table? Anyone, could you please guess it? Okay. Now tell me, if I am trying to insert 3 values, then what happens? Like this, insert into employee, space values of, I am inserting third record. Of course, third record is Ross. He is from Chennai. But what happened means I am not inserting value for the email ID. Is it possible to with this approach? No. Why? The table contains what is that one? So 4 columns. Correct. If table contains 4 columns, but you have to insert. You are inserting only for what is that one? So 3 columns. It will automatically giving an error. So look at this. If I am trying to execute this query, so it is giving an error. So we are inserted only 3 values, but actual values required is how many values? 4 values. So in such cases, what we have to do explicitly, we have to put it, what is that one? So null. I am not going to, I don't know the name of email of the particular employee Raz. That's why we are putting it like this. In real time, this data will be generated. You are not supposed to insert the data and all those stuff. During the training only, you are getting a chance to insert the data to understand the insert query and all. But mostly we are writing select queries as a data analyst. Understand? The data is already there in the databases in real time. Only we have to fetch whatever the records we are expecting based upon some criteria and all. But as a part of the training, what we are doing, because if we are talking about the data, already systems are already built. Okay, some data we are getting from sensors. If you are tracking a travel company, per suppose, every 5 minutes they are tracking their trucks, right? Through sensors and all. They are keeping some sensors in the truck. That sensor is sending some data. That data is transformed and it is stored in a table based upon the timestamp. In the similar way, so data is generated from, if you are booking an appointment in the somewhere, hospital or somewhere, you are just visiting the front office and you are submitting your details. Automatically data will be generated. So we are not data generator. Data is already there in their databases. What is your job? Mostly we are writing these queries. What is that one? Select queries. We need to fetch the data based upon the requirement. We don't want to generate the data. But as a part of the training, our job is how to create table, how to insert the data and how to update the data. All this stuff will teach you. But in real time, we are not going to generate the data. Even if we are having millions of records, all those records will be generated from applications only. Correct, right? Even if I'm morning, I visited some hospital for suppose to check my cold and throat problem. What happened? So I just visited a hospital. So automatically they made some entry in the system.
automatically my data record is getting created, right? Data is inserted in the database. My data is available in their hospital database. I am not creating any SQL query to insert the data, right? Like that. Okay. So if you want to insert all the values, just execute this query. What are constraints? So if you are speaking about the constraint, so constraint is nothing but a rule or regulation. Okay. So that is applied on the columns. A rule or regulation that is applied on what is that one? So the columns of a table. Every database, even if you are speaking with Oracle or MySQL or DB2 or any database, almost all the databases are providing some predefined constraints, predefined rules while inserting the data into a table. What are those predefined rules actually? The first constraint is unique constraint. Unique means what? So it does not allow duplicate values, right? Unique means it does not allow what type of values? Duplicate values. So for example, assume that you have a table. So for example, if you are having an employee table, in this employee table, if you are having employee number, name, and also email. So for this email, if I am assigning email and also as well as some other columns like address. So for this name, if I am assigning unique constraint. So what happens? This name cannot accept duplicate values, right? So for example, one Subbu and also email is subbu@gmail.com something, and address is Chennai. In the similar way, if you are repeating the same record, so again if you are repeating the same name, it will accept. Can you please tell me why? Because this one is allowing only unique values. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values, right? The particular column is not accepting duplicate value. In this case, so this particular value cannot be accepted here as a second record. It is automatically constraint violation. It comes under constraint violation. Violation means what? We already assigned unique constraint on the particular column and name, but we are trying to insert duplicate value. What happens if we are trying to insert duplicate value? Of course, ultimately we are getting an error. So especially the error is stating that unique constraint is violated. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values. And another constraint, what is that constraint? So it is called as not null. So not null means what? It does not allow null values. So null values. So null means nothing will be there, right? Null is not equals to space. For example, if you are giving space character for suppose, so null is not equals to space. So null is not equals to null. Generally in any database, null is not equals to null and null is not equals to space. That means what I am saying is one row contains null value that is not equivalent to another row null value. Okay, like that. Null is not equals to space. Even if you are giving some space character, that is not null value. Okay, so from database to database, this meaning is getting changed. What happens if you are assigning null value? For example, here if I am specifying employee number, name and address. So for this name, if I am assigning not null, is it possible to insert null value here? No, it does not accept null value. Okay, so let's assume that, so I have a table, right? I want to insert unique and also not null for suppose. For example, I am having a table, so employee number and name and address. But what I am expecting here is, for this name, I want to make sure that this one does not accept duplicate values and also null values. What are the two constraints I have to assign? Unique and also as well as not null, correct? Yes, this one does not accept duplicate values and also does not accept null values. So in such cases, we can go with what is that one, so the primary key. What is that? So primary key. So what is primary key actually? So primary key is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record in a table. And primary key means what? It does not accept duplicate values and it does not accept null values. Can you please tell me, in a table there are several candidate keys we have. So the employee number should not accept duplicate values and also null values. So we are specifying so employee number, name, address, and also as well as so email. So your email is unique. And also what is that? So this employee number should be what is that one? So the primary key. Why I am specifying so primary key? Is it possible to create more than one primary key in a single table? No, one table contains only one primary key, correct? So one table contains one primary key. So this primary key, what is the purpose of primary key? This one is acting as an identity, right? This one is acting as an identity to identify the particular record. And also some other important points we have to remember while working with this primary keys is always foreign keys. Okay, so foreign keys in another table always references so primary keys. So references what type of keys? Primary keys. So always if you are designing a database, we need to make sure that so some other table, if you are working in a relational relationships, always foreign keys referencing the primary keys. We'll see that part also. What is foreign key? How it affect? How it is referencing the primary keys? But as of now, we need to understand so what is the main purpose of primary key. In a table, there are several candidate keys we have. Candidate keys are mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record. But in that candidate keys also, we have to identify only one key. That one is called as primary key. So that primary key can be used mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record. Okay, so another type of key is check constraint. What is the constraint name? Check. So check constraint. So if you want to apply any condition, per suppose, if you want to apply any criteria or condition while inserting the data in a table, then we can go for check constraint. For example, let's say if I am having so an employee table similar way, employee number, name, address, and salary. But on the salary column, so might be I am writing so some check constraint. So what is the constraint I've written? So salary between $1,000 and $5,000. If I am writing the query like this, what is the meaning of that one? Explicitly I am assigning some constraint on the particular column, right? On the salary column, explicitly I am assigning some rule. What is the rule? So it will allow only the salary between $1,000 and $5,000. $1,000 and $5,000. So for suppose if you are trying to insert so $10,000, it will accept? No, it will not accept, because already some check constraint is assigned on the particular column. Okay, so it will allow only the salaries which is ranging from 1,050, only, $1,000 and $5,000 only. In the similar way, if you are writing a check constraint, so name, so must starts with some S character, for suppose. If you are writing a constraint like that, so what happens? So the name column should allow only the values whose name is starting with only the character S. Okay, other than that character, for example, if I am providing the name, if I am trying to insert name Adams, it will accept this is a valid value. No, this is not valid. So if you want to apply some condition or criteria on the particular column, so then we can go for what type of constraint? A check constraint. So I discussed about these constraints, right? First one is, what is that one? Unique constraint. And next one is not null. And next one is primary key. And next one is check constraint. Try to understand here. If you are applying a constraint on a particular column, okay, so first what I am doing is I am creating, so I am just dropping this employee table. We have already some tables which are already present. Let me implement this part practically. So already we have employee DB which is already present. How can you check it? How can I check it? How can I know whether the database is present or not? What is the command? Show databases, not database. What is that one? Show databases to see all the databases, correct? So look at this, it is displaying all the databases, customer DB, employee DB, and all those stuff. Okay, so now I have to use this employee DB. So how can I switch to the employee DB? What is the command? So use employee DB. So if I am writing use employee DB, so then automatically it is switching to that particular employee database. Okay, great. Now I want to see all the tables present in this employee DB. Okay, what is the command? So I want to see all tables, not databases, all tables in DB. Okay, show tables, for suppose. If I am executing command show tables, what happens? It is displaying all the tables present in this employee DB. What is the table is present already? Employee table. So I want to drop this table. I just want to drop it because I need to check my constraints, right? So I want to, this is a comment line, right? Hyphen represents what is that one? So the comment line. I want to drop this table. What is the command? So drop table. What is the table name? So if I am writing drop table employee, so automatically the table is getting dropped. How can you know the table is dropped or not? It is successfully executed, but if you want to see show tables, there is no table is present in this employee table, employee database, correct? Okay. Describing in the sense, describing is a description. It is providing the description of a table. If the table is present, it is providing description. For example, if I am executing command, describe employee, first employee table is present? No, right? It will give you an error. What it is showing? So we have to check the error. Okay, the employee table is not existed like that. Okay, great. Now what we have to do? I need to create an employee table, correct? Okay, I am just specifying some comment here. So create employee table with the employee number. What is the for the employee number? What is the key I am assigning? So what is primary key then? Primary key means what? Unique plus not null.
Not null.
It does not allow duplicate values. It does not allow Is it possible to create multiple primary keys in a single table? Always we can create only one primary key, correct? So let's create a table. So create table, employee. So for employee number, what is the data type? Integer. And what is the key I am assigning here? Primary key.
Primary key.
What is the next step? Next we have to specify name. If you are talking about name cannot be null, correct? So what is the constraint we can assign it for name? Not null, right? First. So this is varchar is a data type, and also we can specify what is the constraint? Not null. If you are assigning not null, what is the meaning of that one? That particular column and name, it does not accept null values. Yes. Okay, and also address. So assume that address also must be required, for suppose. Must be required means compulsory the particular person must have address. In such cases, we have to specify here also
Not null. Not null.
not null. And also another one, email. So email is varchar of some 30. Email should be unique, right, for every person. Is it correct? The same email cannot be assigned to the another person. So this one, what is the constraint can I assign here? Unique. Okay. So you understand this query. Can you please tell me, I am asking one question here. So this is the query. Can you please tell me why I am assigning so employee number as primary key? So simply you are saying, so it is not accepting null value and also it does not accept duplicate values. Why only employee number only I am choosing for this purpose? I can choose it some other email also, right? So in some other table might be foreign key is referencing this employee number, right? So in such cases, always employee number is a best practice to choose it as a primary key. And also why email I am choosing as unique? If you are using Gmail also, you can create only one Gmail with only one email ID, right? Like that. So based upon that one, we have to understand for which column we have to assign unique, for which column we have to assign, so all this stuff. So now we can execute this query. So the table is created successfully. So how can you provide how can you get the description of this table? What is the command? Describe employee. Okay, I am executing this describe employee command. Look at this. Here is displaying so table description which contains employee number, name, address, and also email. Correct? So for employee number, what is the key is assigned here? Primary key. For an email, unique. UNI stands for what? Unique constraint. What about name and address? It will accept null values? No. Why it is showing no? Because we provided what is the constraint here? Not null. Okay. Everything successfully created table. So now try to insert the data into this table. So inserting data into employee table. Right? Inserting data into what is the table?
Employee table.
First approach. So this is the first approach. In the first approach, you must insert the values for all the columns of a table. So what is the way? So if I am writing insert into employee, space values of, so employee number is 1 and name is Subbu and address is Hyderabad. So why I am putting in single quotations? Why I can't use double quotations? Please remember, it's not C language or Java, right? In C language or C++ or Java, we are writing strings in double quotations. But in SQL, so we must write it within the single quotations. And also as well as another value I need to supply it here, address and also email, right? So this one also should be within the single quotations like that. So let's execute this query. So it is successfully inserted or not? How can you know whether it is successfully inserted or not? So what is that one? So select or from employee. Show is just for displaying the tables, whatever the tables present in employee DB, correct? Okay, it is just displaying what are the tables. For example, let's say if I am executing here, show tables. Okay, executing show tables. Currently, we are using employee DB. In employee DB, what is the table is present? If you want to fetch the data from the table, I am saying from the table we have many records, right? 1 million, millions of records we have, for example. Then at that situation, so we can use select star from employee. What is star here? Star means represents rows and columns. We are retrieving all the rows and columns from the table like that. Okay, just execute this query, select star from employee. Okay, so let's try to insert another record. So here, so to John. So another record I am inserting for suppose. So USA. So John at the rate of gmail.com for suppose. So if I am trying to execute this query, this record is successfully inserted. It will insert successfully. Yes. Because this employee number is not duplicated, right? For suppose if I am putting 1 here again, if I am executing it will allow? No. Why? Why? What is the reason? Employee number I assign primary key. Primary key means what? Primary key means unique plus not null. So if I am trying to execute, what is the error I am getting? So that's why it does not allow duplicate values. Okay. Now tell me if I am providing so same Gmail ID for this. Is it possible to assign same Gmail for this John also?
No.
Because of unique constraint. So automatically unique constraint is getting violated here. Look at this. Subbu@gmail.com. Will not allow. Okay, now tell me. So if I am writing John here, so John@gmail.com. Is it possible to insert null value here? So what is primary key? Primary key means what? Unique plus not null. It does not accept duplicate values and also it does not accept null. So if I am trying to execute this one, we are getting an error. So we are getting an error. What is that one? So employee number cannot be null. So it does not accept duplicate values. It does not accept null values. So what about name? But suppose can I insert name as null? We have applied not null condition. These are all things we have to remember. Why this record is not getting accepted. So if I am executing, so I am getting an error. So that's why the name should be not null. So you must provide the name. So what I am doing here is I am just putting some name here. So Subbu and also John. Okay, so now this record is correct record. We can able to insert it, right? Yes. So now we can run. Successfully one row is inserted. So now we are creating table, right? Database is already created. So just select that query. First, before executing the query, first we have to understand the query. So for employee number, what is the key assigned actually? Primary key, right? Why we are assigning primary key for that one? Unique and also it does not accept null values. For example, you are having Excel sheet, for example. In Excel sheet, employee number column, you need to make sure that that should be unique. It does not allow duplicate values and also it does not allow null values. In the similar way, for name also, we specified what is the constraint, not null. So that means what does it mean? It does not accept null values. Unique is different, not null is different. So like that we assigned all the constraints. So just select that query and execute it. What happened? You are getting error. So read that error first. What is that it is showing? So what we have to do first, if you want to drop the table, right? Already existing table. What is the query? We have to write it. Drop table. Just write it after that line. Drop table. Employee. Space employee. Yeah. Employee, not employee DB. Employee. So put semicolon. Select that query and execute it. So existing table is dropped. Dropped means no table is present. How can you check whether the tables are present or not? What are the tables are present? show tables. You have to execute show tables in the bottom line number 16, right? Okay, there are no tables. Now you can create table. What is the query we have to execute? Create. Don't write it. Already query is there, right? Create table query. Just select that entire query and execute that query. So now we can check table is created, right? How can you say table is created? What is the query we have to execute? How can you say whether the table is created? Show tables. Yes. Okay. So next, if you want to retrieve the data from tables, select star from employee. There are no records right now. And the next part is what is that one? So the foreign key. So let's observe this scenario to understand in a clear way. So generally, if you are working with databases, your data, it is not recommended to store it in a single table. Okay. So let's assume this scenario for suppose. So we have, so all of you are having passports. Most of the people, so nowadays are having passport, correct? So if you are talking about, so the relationships. So one table is related with another table. So there are different types of relationships we have. First one is, so one-to-one relationship. And another one is, what is that one? So one-to-many, or are inversely, so many-to-one. And another type of relationship is, what is that one? So many-to-many. Okay, so these are also different types of relationships. So we have one-to-one relationship and also one-to-many relationship, or many-to-one, and also many-to-many relationship. So first, let me explain with one-to-one relationship. Can you please tell me one scenario? Like I am giving a scenario here, employee and passport. What is the relationship between these two entities? So it is one-to-one. One employee is having only one passport. So is it possible? So one employee is having multiple passports? No. Or otherwise, so let's take this is not an employee. So we can take this one as, what is that one? So student. So this is one-to-one. So in the case of one-to-one relationship, okay, so assume that, so we have student entity. So student table and passport table. So this passport table contains what are the columns? Passport ID, and every passport is having, so the passport number, right? And also something like expiry date. Can you please tell me what is the primary key in this passport table? Yes, of course, the passport number you can take it as a primary key. Why unnecessarily I provided an extra column here, passport ID? It's not required, right? So if I am putting passport ID, then you can consider this one as, what is that one? So primary key column. So this is called as passport number is alternate key. In the similar way, in the student table, if you are talking about in the student table, so we have student ID and student name and also student location. So this is the student table. So can you please tell me what is the primary key for student table? So now tell me, I need to provide the relationship between these tables. For suppose, for example, let's say if passport ID is 1 and passport number is something and expiry date is something. So now student, so name is Subbu, his location is Chennai. So this passport is attached to this particular person, for suppose Subbu. How can you attach this particular passport to this person? In such cases, what we have to do here is, we have to specify here, what is that one? So the passport ID. So this passport ID is acting as foreign key. So this foreign key is a reference. So this reference refers to, what is that one? So this passport record. So what is the passport ID value here? 1. So that means Subbu is having, so the passport ID 1. That means that is referring to this record. What is that one? So the passport ID 1. In the similar way, so you have, so the second passport ID. So this one is some other passport number. something like this. So John, he belongs to USA and his passport ID is 2. These two records are getting mapped, right? So what is the purpose of this foreign key? What I am saying is foreign key is acting as a reference. Okay. So in one table, we are providing the reference to the another table. So this 2 is a record. This one is matching with what is that one? So the passport ID 2. But why this one comes under one-to-one mapping? One record of student table is associated with another record of passport table. Say yes or no. For suppose if I am providing one here, this one works. Is it one-to-one relationship? It will not work. But please make sure that if in the case of one-to-one, what happens? One record of one table must be associated with what is that one? So one record of another table. One record of one entity is associated with another record of one entity. So for example, one student is having one passport. Subbu is having only one passport. John is also having their own one passport. It's not one to many. It is one-to-one relationship like that. For this, we are using this foreign keys. So your passport ID is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. Okay. In student table, we are having passport ID. This one is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. This foreign key is referencing what is that one? So the primary key, right? So one important point I am noting here. So always foreign keys. So always foreign keys are references. So primary keys. So can you please guess it? What is the foreign key column here in student table? This PID is the foreign key column. One extra column we provided. And that one is referencing what is the primary key column. In the passport table, PID is the primary key column. So if we are storing the data in two different tables, and we have to identify the relationship between the tables first. That is the important thing. Once you identified the relationship between the tables, if it is one-to-one mapping, for suppose it is a one-to-one relationship or something, so we have to specify the foreign key in one table. So that foreign key always references what is that one? So the primary key of another table. This is called as one-to-one mapping. So let's take another scenario. So one-to-many relationship. So this one is in a department table or student table, for suppose. What are the fields present in the student table? Student ID, name, address, and also this is in a department table. Can you please tell me what are the columns present in department table? So department ID, department name. So it does not contain department. Student ID does not have. So try to understand. So department table contains only department details, correct? Department name and location. So in such cases, in student table, what is the primary key? Where we can put the primary key? Where we can put the foreign key here? This is one-to-many. First of all, could you please confirm this is one-to-many relationship? What is the relationship between department and student? But in such cases, you have to understand, so where we can put the foreign key. Always foreign key should be, we can keep it in many side actually. What is the many side here? Student, right? In student table, we have to keep it, what is that one? So department ID or number, for suppose. The column name is up to you. So this department number, we are keeping it as what is that one? So this one as foreign key. So this foreign key always references which column? Department table, department ID. Foreign key always references what is the key? Primary key. Student table, department number, this one is a foreign key. This one is going to reference to the primary key. So department ID, which we can call it as what is that one? So the primary key like that. Even if you want to provide, for example, so department ID here, no worries. You can provide department ID or department number, whatever the name you want. That's not a problem. But only the thing is, for example, so if you are having department number 10, department name is something, so Java department, and location is Hyderabad. So there are two employees belongs to same department. For example, so one Subbu and address is Chennai and department number is 10. And also 1, 2 Ram
He belongs to Hyderabad. His department number is 10. So, but with these two are referring to the same record, right? So these two students belongs to same department, Java department, like that. So try to understand, if you are using foreign key, the column name should not be same. Foreign key name and primary key name should not be matched. Should be matched or should not be matched. Then there is no issue at all. Only the thing is the data should be matched. So we have 10 here. That means what is the meaning of that one? So Subbu belongs to Subbu and Ram both are belongs to the department ID 10. So in the converse, okay, in the converse, might be if you are talking about this one-to-many relationship, right? In the reverse way, we can check it. What is the reverse way? One department contains many students. For example, if you are taking department number 10, how many students are there in this scenario? So reverse way, we can check it out. Means it is many to one, right? That means many students belongs to one department. What is the key rule we satisfied here? What is the key rule we have to make sure that? Always many side we have to specify the foreign key. Okay. So what is the many side? So many side we can keep foreign key like that. So what is the many side here? Student side, right? In student side, so we are just keeping the foreign key like that. So that is the one rule of thumb we have to follow. So generally, if you are working with relationship, we have to follow some rules. What are the rules? So one department contains many students and many students belongs to the particular department. In such cases, always many side, it is a best practice to keep the foreign key like that. How to execute these queries? Okay, let's create student table and also department table. Can you please tell me which one I can create it first? In these two tables, which one I can create first? Because department is not having foreign keys, right? So that's why first step is what is that one? So we can create what is the table? So this one is having department ID, whose type is what is that one? So integer, and this one is a primary key. And also department name. So varchar of 100. And what are the other fields? Location, right? So location varchar of 100. So that is sufficient. This one will create what is that one? So department table. Let me execute this query. Yeah. So department table is created. What is the command? Show tables. See, the department table is created successfully. So I want to describe the table. What is the command? So this one is describing the table. What are the columns are there? Department ID, name, and location. Okay, great. Now the next step. We have to create a student table that refers to the department table. What are the columns we have in student table? Let's look into this table. What are the columns present in student table?
ID, name, address.
Oh, you are missing another column, especially specific column, department number.
Foreign key, yes.
Please focus on that one. So create table. What is the table name? Student. And student number, whose type is integer, and this one is going to be what type of key?
Primary key.
Oh, I made a mistake here. Primary key.
Primary spell, yes.
Name, varchar of 100, and also address, varchar of 100. But here, one more extra column we need to keep it. What is that extra column?
Foreign key.
Give me the column name. Whose type is what type? Integer type.
Integer type.
So here we can make use of what is the keyword references. If you want to specify the foreign key, we can specify one keyword called as what is that keyword? References. This column is referencing which table, which column? Is referencing department table, right? Column name. So we already created this table already. Department table is already created. Department table contains what is the column name? What is the column name? Department ID, which is called as primary key. Foreign key, this is the foreign key. Department number is the foreign key. Okay, I agree. This one is referencing which table? Primary key. That is important, very understanding. Try to understand always foreign keys are always referencing to the primary keys. So these two tables, for suppose, what are the two tables? Department table and also student table. And also especially this is one to many. In such cases, in student table we specify one extra column. What is the column? Department number.
Department number.
Friend number.
Department number is referencing which table? Primary key.
Department table primary.
Department ID.
Now tell me, these two column names are same? So its understanding is super important. You can just execute that query. I am just taking it to the next level. Can you please tell me, I want to create this scenario. So we have student table and passport table. I want to provide the relationship between the student table and passport table. So what I am expecting here is, I just want to drop this, what table I have to create first? Can you please tell me in this case? Okay, so let's create passport table first. I am not modifying the existing table. I just want to drop student table and again I have to recreate it. So create. Okay, create table, so passport. Let's execute this query. It's created. How can you check whether the passport table is created or not? What is the query I have to execute? So whether the passport table is created. So but if I want to create student table, what is the problem? Already student table is already present. So that's why I'm just changing the name. Another name, student 1. So we have student 1 table. What are the columns? Student ID, whose type is integer, and this one is what type of key?
Primary.
And also, okay, address. Passport ID. So passport ID, integer. So references. So what is the table? Of. So that's all. So I just execute this one. So let's think about, so we have, so if you are designing a database, for suppose, what are the entities? For example, so if you are taking an e-commerce application, so e-commerce application, so what are the entities will be there? Basic e-commerce, which contains product, right? Product table. So e-commerce means what? Amazon, Flipkart. So these are all e-commerce websites. Can you please tell me some of the details? So we have product table, which contains what are the fields? Product ID, name. So this category I am keeping in, what is that one? So separate table called as category. So this one contains category ID and category name. Category ID and category name, that is sufficient. So here I am putting it as, in product table, what is the primary key? In category table, what is the primary key? So now I have to link these tables. What is the relationship between this? In many side we have to keep what is that one? So foreign key, right? It is one to many. One category contains what is that one? So many products. So this category ID is what is that one? So let's create these tables quickly. First I am creating category table here. So how I am creating category table? So create table. So category of category ID, whose type is what is that one? So integer. And it should be what type of key? Primary key. And also category name,
whose type is the varchar of 100. Whether the table is created or not. How can you verify whether the table is created or not? What is the command? Created. Next step is, so we have to create a product table. So product ID whose type is integer, and also it should be a key. Product name, so varchar of 100, whatever it may be, and also price, so whose type is integer. And now this product belongs to the particular category. So here I am specifying one extra column called as category underscore ID whose type is integer. Here what is the keyword we have to specify? References which table, so we have to specify category of, very good, so CID is the column which is primary key. So here what is the foreign key here? This one is the foreign key, and what is the primary key here? CID. This one is called as primary key. That understanding is super important. We completed one-to-one and one-to-many, and one last task is pending. What is the task? It's a many-to-many. Can you please tell me what is the relationship between the student and courses? Okay, you are all students. You registered for business analyst program. Might be you registered for some Gen AI course also, right? So the relationship between here is many to many. One student can register for many courses, and the same course is registered by many students. What we have to understand, at what type of situations we can go for many to many relationship? One side, one to many, correct? So one student, so what we can say here, one student registered for, in the similar way, reverse, in the reverse process, one course is registered by
Many student.
for many to many relationship, correct? Can you please, I am asking, can you please give me some examples related to many relationship? So try to understand in the case of many to many relationship. So assume that in this scenario, so we have student table, and also another table is what? In student table we have some column on student ID, and in course table, what are the primary keys for these tables? In the case of one-to-one and one-to-many, what we did actually, in one-to-many, we specified many side, we added foreign key. But in the case of many-to-many relationship, what happens means, what strategy we have to follow? So the strategy we have to follow here is, we have to create, what is that one? So separate table. So this one we can call it as junction table. So this table is student underscore course table. In student underscore course table, we are specifying two foreign keys. One is student ID. So these two are, this is a foreign key. So this foreign key is referring to student ID, and this course ID foreign key, this one is referring to course ID. For example, assume that we have a student. So name is Subbu, whose address is Hyderabad. And also the course ID, it's like SQL, and duration is some 4 days per suppose. In such cases, what is the entries for this student underscore course table? 1 right? So that means student ID refers to the student record and course ID refers to the course record. So generally in the case of many to many relationship, what I am saying is, what is the strategy we are following is, we are going to create one junction table. What we can call it as, what is the table? Junction table, which is mainly for holding the foreign keys. We are not going to keep the foreign key just like one-to-many relationship in previous way. We are just going to create a separate table which we can call it as junction table.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.